Good morning. Happy Public Lands Week. Thank you all for joining us today. I'm Ada Culver, the Deputy Director for Policy and Programs for the Bureau of Land Management. It's my honor and privilege to serve as your host for today's symposium, and I'm speaking to you today from the ancestral homelands of the Cheyenne and Ute people. I want to begin by thanking the Public Lands Foundation, the Conservation Lands Foundation, and the University of California, Berkeley's Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity for hosting this virtual symposium. And also wanted to give a shout out to our special assistant, Alex Diera, and our crack comms and public affairs team who've been working tirelessly to bring this symposium together. In the next few hours, you'll hear from some really distinguished and experienced leaders and thinkers talking about the past, present, and future of America's public lands. This week is, of course, Public Lands Week, a celebration of one of the best aspects of our nation. America's vast public lands are everyone's birthright, and there are hundreds of events taking place nationwide in the next few days to help people discover and explore these treasured landscapes. This year also marks the 75th anniversary of the Bureau of Land Management, our nation's premier land management agency, if I may say so. We are the stewards of about 245 million acres of public lands, most of which are located across the West and Alaska. These lands encompass incredible natural wonders and countless recreational opportunities open to everyone. They are the engine that powers our nation's economy and support hundreds of thousands of jobs and communities across the West. The BLM does not take our responsibility to protect and manage these lands for current and future generations lightly. And I also wanted to highlight all the hard work that so many of our employees do to fulfill this responsibility. This year, as we look back on 75 years, we're also looking to the future and the kind of organization that will be needed to meet the challenges of the next 75 years and beyond. That's why we're hosting this symposium and discussions like it in the months to come. Before we start our panel discussions, I want to introduce a few speakers for some brief remarks. We're so honored today to have the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Haaland, with us live today. Secretary Haaland has been and continues to be the strongest advocate we could have for public lands. She understands the importance of these lands to the health, well-being, history, and culture of our nation. As a native of the West and our country's first Native American Interior Secretary, she has a deep personal connection to these landscapes, as you'll hear. I'd now like to ask Secretary Haaland to say a few words. Madam Secretary, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Nada, and good morning, everyone. I am joining you today from the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Anacostan and Piscataway people here in Washington, D.C., and wishing you a happy Public Lands Week. I'm proud to note that this year we also celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Bureau of Land Management, one of our premier teams that manages our public lands, not only for today, but for future generations. I want to say a special thanks to the Public Lands Foundation, the Conservation Lands Foundation, and the University of California, Berkeley's Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity for hosting this virtual symposium. To all of the panelists participating today, thank you for generously giving of your time to share your insights and expertise as we reflect on the BLM's history and look forward to the challenges and opportunities for the next 75 years. I know many of you have devoted significant parts of your careers to public service, and I deeply appreciate each and every one of you for the work you have done for the American people and the work you'll continue to do. Today, the BLM manages 1 in 10 acres of land in the United States and nearly 40% of our nation's mineral resources. These lands, approximately 245 million acres, located mostly in the West and Alaska, are part of our heritage as Americans. They represent the largest network of public lands in the world. Over the past 75 years, the agency has become a model for sustainable management of multiple uses across our public lands. We have a shared challenge to continue that legacy, even as our public lands and our outdoor heritage face great threats from climate change and increasing development. I know you all know this already, but our public lands are absolutely incredible. They provide unmatched experiences to get outside and experience the wonders of nature. Some of my best adventures have been on BLM lands, including a camping trip in Bears Ears a few years ago. They also tell the story of America. These public lands contain thousands of cultural and historic sites, including places that are sacred to Indian tribes. And it's not hyperbole to say that public lands help drive our economy. They support a growing outdoor recreation sector, they help power our nation, and they provide the foundation for healthy natural systems that are the backbone of our economy. It's a privilege and an honor to be able to manage these lands for the benefit of current and future generations. President Biden has been clear that this administration will help address intersecting crises to tackle climate change, advance environmental justice, and build back better. I know that the BLM will play a pivotal role in advancing that vision. The Bureau already full speed ahead in ensuring that public lands are part of the climate solution by advancing wind, solar, and geothermal projects. Where appropriate, these clean energy projects can help create good-paying jobs and boost local economies. When it comes to conservation of important natural and cultural resources, from migration corridors to sacred sites, the BLM is poised to do the collaborative planning with states, tribes, and communities to deliver creative and durable solutions. And when the president talks about capping orphan wells and reclaiming hard rock mines, or making historic investments in restoring lands and waters by standing up a civilian climate corps, it is the BLM that will help create those jobs and make that vision a reality. How a nation chooses to manage its public lands says much about its priorities. I am proud to be a part of an amazing team that is committed to ensuring the sustainable use and enjoyment of these lands for the benefit of all people, no matter what your background or where you come from. I am proud to be a part of a team that is guided by science. I'm proud to be a part of a team that honors tribal sovereignty and self-governance. And I am proud to be a part of a team that is rising to meet the pressing challenges of our time. Climate change is forcing us to recognize we can't do business as usual. So as we look with pride at the past, it's incumbent on us to look forward as well, to reimagine our public lands for the next 75 years and beyond. That's why this symposium and all of the discussions we're having this year to commemorate the BLM's 75th anniversary are so important. Before I turn the agenda back over, I want to also acknowledge the recent announcement about BLM's next steps, including its headquarters. We cannot deliver on big ideas when our team is struggling from the disruptions of the past few years. The relocation of the BLM headquarters scattered employees and programs across the West, drove others out of the agency, and put enormous stress on those who remained. From those of us who care deeply about this Bureau, I know it's been difficult. The decision to restore the BLM headquarters to Washington, D.C., and to create a new Western headquarters in Grand Junction with an expanded team was arrived at by after having had many discussions with all stakeholders. My primary concern is, and always has been, for the well-being of the staff and to identify ways to restore the effectiveness of the Bureau's operations. I believe this move, along with important other steps we hope to take in coordination with leaders in Congress, will ensure the BLM is prepared to better serve communities and the economy. There's still so many details to work out with partners in our team, but I want you to know that I will always center the voices of BLM employees in the decisions that we make. For so many people, BLM lands are their backyards. The BLM employee is the neighbor, the kid's soccer coach, or the person they see at church. The BLM is a thread that is interwoven through so many communities, and that is one of the reasons I know we are all so committed to the Bureau's employees, its mission, and its success. But we can't do it without you. We are eager to hear from the experts who will participate in today's discussions to get their ideas and perspectives on how the BLM can and should manage public lands in the 21st century. I appreciate you all, and now I'll turn it back over to the moderator to continue with today's program. Thank you so much again.
Hi there. Good morning, everyone. I think I had Nita a little bit muted on my side, so I'm gonna bring her back, appreciate the opportunity to be here. Appreciate Secretary Haaland being with all of us here this morning, and I'm really pleased to be with everybody today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Bureau of Land Management and its public lands legacy. I am Laura Daniel Davis. I'm the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Land and Minerals Management here at Interior. And the other thing, well, we got a lot to say, but I do wish we were in person. I want to say that. I feel like I'm probably speaking for everybody on the screen with us. I too am joining you today from the traditional and ancestral homelands of the Anacostan and Piscataway people. And I want to second, or maybe it's third, the thanks to our partners for hosting today and giving us all the opportunity to have these really important conversations. It's a really exciting time at Interior, and I've been honored to be able to work closely with Nita and everybody at the BLM in building on your rich history and moving forward and transforming how we manage our shared public lands heritage. As Secretary Haaland noted, we can't continue to do business the way we have for the past 75 years if we really hope to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We've got to be sure that we're prioritizing and engaging in meaningful tribal consultation in our work, as well as with engaging with communities that have borne the impacts of fossil fuel development. And I feel like you, all of you that are part of BLM know and see, as much as anyone, or really more than anyone, that first and foremost among our challenges is climate change. The Bureau of Land Management has a substantial role to play in reducing the climate threat on public lands in the United States. And in order to tackle the climate crisis and strengthen our nation's economy, we really must, as the Secretary said, manage our, and you've probably heard her say this before, although I don't think she said it this morning, manage our lands and water and resources, not just across fiscal years, but across generations. And that's a big part of the BLM's charge. As the nation's largest land management agency, BLM has an outsized role in the conservation of native species and habitats. The agency, a few numbers here, manages 28 national monuments, 17 national conservation areas, and 12.6 million wilderness acres. BLM manages over 2/3 of federal wilderness acres designated by Congress across 3 types of habitats: rangelands, forests, and wetlands. And these core wildlife habitats are uniquely vulnerable. And I know you're seeing this to the effects of climate change. We're seeing that our droughts are intensified, our wildfires are intensified, and we're seeing a greater spread and quicker spread of invasive species across the landscape. So addressing these threats requires us to improve the resiliency of the lands in our care, and it requires us, really importantly, to work with partners at a landscape scale across state, and land designation boundaries, because we all know that species and lands don't care about those boundaries. And the BLM has such an important role to play in this effort. We're seeing results in our ongoing work across the 12 states to conserve and protect habitat for the greater sage-grouse, to use sort of one of the larger partnership examples of recent years. And we need to build and strengthen partnerships just like this to achieve shared outcomes that benefit both people and wildlife. The BLM also has an enormous role in the transition to a clean energy future and has been working on this for a number of years. Renewable energy, clean energy is going to help communities across the country be part of the climate solution while creating good paying union jobs. Our public lands, as I know you all know, encompass vast renewable energy resources, whether we're talking about wind or solar or geothermal. And while BLM managed lands will continue to be producing conventional energy for the foreseeable future, it's renewable energy that is the key to diversifying our national energy portfolio, while at the same time combating climate change and investing in communities across the West. So we've got 120 BLM approved clean energy projects on public lands. This is a combined total of over 12,000 megawatts, and that's enough to power approximately 9 million homes. So again, BLM has been active for a while, is sort of on the way to meeting this challenge. And right now, to prove this point, the agency is tracking a combined total of about 43 projects. That would be 23 solar, 4 wind, 5 geothermal, 6 Genti, 5 transmission lines. So as always, a lot going on out there on the ground, and this would bring forward a total of over 17,000 megawatts if all of these projects get permitted. Now that said, that sounds big, and it is big, and it's going to take a lot of work and a lot of partnership. More work needs to be done to realize the 25,000 megawatts goal by 2025, which was Congress called for in last year's Energy Act. So the other thing I want to talk about for a minute is we really need to do a better job, and I know everybody does work on this, but of connecting Americans with their public lands and helping them understand they've got a personal stake. And America's really rapidly urbanizing. We saw that in the census. By 2050, it's estimated that 8 in 10 of us will live in an urban or suburban area. And what that means is we risk losing our connection to nature. And that is part of our important heritage as Americans. We know that nature is essential to the health, well-being, and prosperity of every family and every community in America. So we need to improve access across our public lands and be sure we're welcoming an increasingly diverse America. We need to plan for increased visitation, improving and strengthening infrastructure and facilities. The Great American Outdoors Act, which I'm confident that everyone on this screen worked hard on to make happen, represents a really significant step. It's going to enable the Bureau of Land Management and other land management agencies to improve at scale infrastructure and reduce maintenance backlogs, and to add conservation lands that enhance wildlife corridors and habitat and increase recreation access. The President's America the Beautiful initiative, it's basically kicking off a decade-long nationwide effort to conserve, connect, and restore lands across the country and waters, and support wildlife on which we all depend. And it's really the cornerstone of our efforts in terms of how we think about enhancing access and being sure we're taking the conservation and restoration activities on the lands that need to happen. We'll be using science as our guide, and the BLM's very time-honored collaborative approach to join forces with public and private landowners to conserve and restore at least 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And our focus really is on fostering and supporting locally driven voluntary conservation efforts that work across state, federal, and tribal lands to protect and connect contiguous blocks of habitat, because again, we know that wildlife doesn't really care about our boundaries that are human made. working together in this way and by honoring the work that so many have done and are doing every single day across communities to steward the land for the next generations, we can ensure that we have fresh air, we have clean water, we have healthy and dependable economies, and a livable planet for all of us, for our kids and our grandkids. We really do have enormous challenges in front of us, and I'm really eager to hear from our amazing group of panelists today. And thank you all so much for agreeing to take time and talk about these issues. And of course, we always want to hear from the American people in all of this work that we're doing, where we are all going to need to kind of grapple together as to how we meet these challenges in the most effective way together. And again, Secretary Haaland said that we're all in this together. We all have a stake in the future of our public lands, and it's up to us to come together and find that path forward. So I just want to thank everyone again for joining us. I hope that you'll be really inspired by today's symposium. I expect to be, and reminder, not that you need it, we hope you're able to get out this weekend on your public lands of choice, so many options, and celebrate and enjoy our amazing and shared American heritage. So finally, I want to thank Neda Culver so much for her leadership and commitment, and I'm going to turn it back over to her to continue with today's program.
Thanks, Laura. And yes, I can be muted for those who didn't think that was possible, that I could stop talking, but here we are. So sorry, Laura, as you all probably gathered, my remarks were about the amazing knowledge and experience Laura brings to this job, including having served as Chief of Staff to both Interior Secretaries Sally Jewell and Ken Salazar in the Obama administration, and bringing her 2 decades of experience and knowledge in the public and nonprofit sectors advocating for wildlife and public lands to all of us today. So thank you so much, Laura, for your inspiring words. And it's now my honor to introduce Holly Doremus from the University of California at Berkeley. Holly is the James M. H. House and Hiram H. Hurd Professor of Environmental Regulation at Berkeley. She's also co-director of the Law of the Sea Institute and co-faculty director of the UC Berkeley Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity, one of our main sponsors today. Holly is one of the nation's leading scholars and teachers in the areas of environmental law, natural resources law, and law and science. She has also served as a principal investigator for federal research and training grants related to natural resource issues in California, co-authored papers with economists and ecologists, and has been a member of 2 National Research Council review committees. We're really honored to have her with us today, representing one of our nation's finest research institutions, and as a longstanding advocate for public lands policy and management. Holly, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Neda. I am, as Neda said, Holly Doremus, and I'm speaking from the ancestral and unceded lands of the Chochenyo-speaking Ohlone people. I'm here in my role as the co-faculty director of the Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity here at UC Berkeley. And as others have said, we wish we could be welcoming you in person, but we're very happy to welcome you virtually as a second best. And I'd like to offer my greetings on behalf of Steve Beisinger, the other faculty co-director of our institute, and John Jarvis, who was our founding executive director and is now the director of our advisory board. The Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity at UC Berkeley was founded as an outgrowth of a celebration that we organized of the 100th anniversary of the National Park Service. But its focus is much broader than that. We are concerned with all public lands and waters, that is, all publicly owned land and water resources across the globe. We're interested in their connections to people. As Laura mentioned, connections between people and nature are increasingly critical in our severely anthropogenic world. We're interested in the management and protection of the biotic resources of these lands, parks, people, biodiversity. That's our focus. And we're particularly interested in, and we believe we have expertise to bring to the questions of how science, both natural and social, contributes to the management of these areas, and also on the training of a new generation of managers sensitive to all the values of these lands and waters and to all the needs and preferences of all the people that these lands and waters do and can serve. We're very pleased to be co-hosting this symposium and very grateful to the Public Lands Foundation and the Bureau of Land Management for organizing this event and for allowing us to be part of it. The Bureau of Land Management, as described by James Skillen in his history of it, is the nation's largest landlord. And as we've already heard from our other speakers, it manages currently some 245 million acres, almost entirely in the west of the Mississippi and in Alaska. And it considers itself, as we've heard, the nation's premier land management agency. And of course, it has good reason for that, that view. But at the same time, the Bureau of Land Management is surely the least known of the U.S. public land management agencies. It is in its current form the youngest of those agencies, considerably younger than the National Park Service and the U.S. Forest Service, and even a bit younger than the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And if you say the initials BLM to some person on the streets of Berkeley these days, they will not think that you are talking about federal lands. They will think something else entirely. They will think Black Lives Matter. But the BLM, perhaps one reason that it's the least known of the public land management agencies is that it's not historically had a clear identity, nor have its lands. It manages what have been called the leftover lands, the lands that were not given away in the Great Barbecue of the late 19th and early 20th century, and that were not withdrawn for specific purposes as national parks or as national forests. It manages multiple use lands. Like the Forest Service, it manages a great variety of lands. It has wilderness areas, it has national monuments, it has rangelands. It has a current focus, as we've heard, on producing energy for the nation's needs. Also provides recreation for a large number of people, manages mineral resources, manages important biotic resources. But again, these are the leftover lands until 1976, until the passage of the FLPMA, the Federal Lands Protection and Management Act. It was widely believed that these lands would eventually be disposed of or withdrawn for specific uses. Many of them, it was thought, would go into private and state hands. And there is still today periodic pressure to dispose of federal lands, and in particular, the BLM's lands. This 75th anniversary of the BLM's founding in its current form is an opportunity both to celebrate its past and present and to reflect on the lessons learned and how those lessons can be applied to the agency's future. Key questions that are not going away and that hopefully we'll hear something about today, but certainly that the agency will have to keep in mind in the future, start with the question of what lands should the United States retain at this point? Should it retain all the lands it currently has? If not, which of those lands? Another key question, given the need for coordinated large-scale landscape management these days, do we need so many different land management agencies? Does that make coordination difficult? Are there ways to structure those agencies that make coordination easier? Does the Bureau of Land Management of the future need a specific identity? And if so, what is that identity? And that folds in the question of who precisely are the Bureau of Land Management's constituents? Who are the people for whom it is working? And that, of course, is a question that has always been there, always faced each of the federal land management agencies since their founding, but one that perhaps faces the Bureau of Land Management most directly and most sharply of all those agencies today. And the recent decisions about headquarters are an example of that. Where the agency's headquarters are located is a statement about who the agency believes it is serving, who it needs to be close enough to talk with easily, who it needs to be in constant communication with, who it can be in less constant communication with, what exactly it thinks is its role. And the Bureau of Land Management, obviously its headquarters is going to be back in Washington, D.C. That's a statement from the current administration about who they believe their constituency is. But beyond that, they need to think about how it should be managed, how centralized or decentralized, what that looks like, how it intersects with other federal agencies, with the states, with private entities, with tribes, with non-governmental organizations, etc. There's an awful lot to think about. I look forward to hearing what our expert panelists will say. And again, from the Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity at Berkeley, welcome, thank you for being here, and thank you to all of the organizers.
Thanks so much, Holly. We're now going to move to the first of our panels, focusing on the vital and challenging issues of tribal leadership and co-management of our public lands. I want to start by introducing our panel moderator and my friend and colleague, Dana Jackson. Dana is a counselor to the director of the BLM, and she and I work together daily, so I know her commitment and her talent for solving complex problems. And that makes her a great moderator for this panel. She spent her entire legal career in the area of natural resources and Indian law. Before coming to BLM in January, Dana was chief legal counsel to the state of Montana's Department of Natural Resources and Conservation, the agency that manages Montana's trust lands, waters, state forests, and conservation initiatives. She spent the majority of her career in the public sector, including as a federal prosecutor and health staffer. And like so many of us who live out west, her connection to our public lands is deeply personal. Dana grew up on a cattle ranch on the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes of the Flathead Indian Reservation in beautiful western Montana. Dana, thanks so much for leading this distinguished panel. We're all looking forward to this conversation. I'll let you take it from here.
Hello, thank you. I really appreciate that, Nada, and thank you all for joining us today. I'm excited to talk with our distinguished panel about the critical issues of tribal co-management and how the BLM and other federal agencies can do better, be better partners to the people and governments who originally managed the land. I did grow up on the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes Indian reservation, and I come from a long line of land managers. To that end, I also would like to acknowledge that I currently live in Washington, D.C., which sits on the ancestral lands of the Anacostans and neighbors the ancestral lands of the Piscataway. As Secretary Haaland noted, these lands encompass, the BLM lands encompass the ancestral homelands of hundreds of tribes and contain historic and cultural sites of enormous importance to tribal members. We have an interesting past and we cannot change it, but we can and must do far better in engaging tribes and working collaboratively with them to ensure that these lands are managed in ways that respect their heritage, honor their ancestral ties. I'm joined today by some of the nation's leading experts in tribal law, natural resources, and the intersection of the two. Let me take a couple minutes to introduce them to you. First, I want to recognize Monty Mills, who has been my friend and colleague for many years. Monty is professor of law and co-director of the Marjorie Hunter Brown Indian Law Clinic at the Alexander Blewett III School of Law at the University of Montana, my alma mater. Go Grizz. His research and writing focuses on the intersection of federal Indian law, tribal sovereignty, natural resources, as well as race and racism in the law and legal education. He's one of the nation's most original and compelling thinkers in this growing field, and we are honored to have him with us today. Next, we have Charles Wilkinson, Moses Lasky, professor of law emeritus at the University of Colorado. Who doesn't know this person in this crowd? Professor Wilkinson has literally written the book on Indian law, or at least the founding texts. His 14 books include the standard law case books on Indian law and federal public land law, as well as popular examinations of the history and politics of the West, including Crossing the Next Meridian, Land, Water, and the Future of the West. That was one of a handful of books that both my husband and I had, and when we got married and when we merged our libraries. Over the years, Professor Wilkinson has also taken on special assignments for the U.S. Department of Interior, Ag, and Justice, including playing a very critical role as counsel and special advisor when the creation of the Bears Ears and Grand Staircase Escalante National Monuments was in the works. He's a tireless advocate, and we're so delighted for you to be here today. We're also joined by Chairman Lopez of the Ama Mutsun Tribal Band in California. And Mr. Chairman has served as the chair since 2003, as well as Native American advisor to the University of California, Office of the President on issues related to repatriation. He's also a Native American advisor to the National Alliance on Mental Illness and the Phoebe Hearst Museum of Anthropology, national leader in efforts to restore tribal indigenous knowledge and ensure tribal history is accurately told. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chairman. And last but not least is Cameron Martinez, Senior Director of the Division of Natural Resources for the Taos Pueblo in New Mexico. Cameron is an experienced natural resource professional, having served 30 years in our sister bureau, the BIA, as a forester, silviculturist, and executive, including over a decade as superintendent of the Northern Pueblos Agency. He then worked on the corporation side of the Poyaqui Pueblo before coming to the Taos Pueblo to oversee 6 departments in the Pueblo's natural resource program and represent the Pueblo and its leadership in interagency conservation and land management issues and initiatives. He's long been involved in landscape level multi-agency conservation issues within the Enchanted Circle as a member of the Northern New Mexico Resource Advisory Council, the Miranda Canyon Commission, and multiple other interagencies and teams involving the BLM, Forest Service, and other state, federal, and tribal agencies. I'm excited to hear his perspective today as well. I'd now like to invite each of our panelists to say a few words, begin our discussion, and then we'll go from there. And we're going to go ahead and have Professor Mills go ahead and kick us off. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, and thanks to all the organizers and Secretary Haaland for joining us this morning. It's a privilege and an honor not just to be among such distinguished and esteemed fellow panelists and moderators, but also in front of all of you, albeit virtually here from my office in Missoula, Montana. As others have acknowledged, I'm coming to you from the unceded lands of the Salish people here near the confluence of the Bitterroot and Clark Fork branch of the Columbia. Other tribal nations have long histories in this particular area. And I'm also not too far from our public lands, although most of the lands near me or nearest to me are managed by sister agency, the Forest Service, and got to go a little bit farther to get onto BLM lands from here in Missoula, but it's a real treat to be joining you. I have the honor of setting the stage here and going first with this distinguished panel, and I hope to just accomplish some modest goals as we enter this discussion and leave plenty of time to engage in discussion with the panel. As others have already acknowledged, I think we have to begin with some of the history of the public lands estate, and particularly lands managed by the BLM, in order to really think clearly about and understand the potential future of tribal leadership around the management of public lands. But I also want to talk about some of the current legal frameworks, issues, and challenges that are presented by the laws and policies and regulations that all of you on the call, I'm sure, know quite well in your day-to-day work, and maybe open up some opportunities to think about ways in which we can move forward toward broader tribal leadership in this particular area. So as Secretary Haaland mentioned already, I think it's apt to suggest that the public lands really do tell the story of America, and both in the context of our history as expansion, but also particularly in the context of legal frameworks applicable to thinking about tribal co-management and the role of tribes in public land management. As Professor Doremus mentioned, the Great Barbecue and the disposition of the public estate really was premised and rooted in the removal and exclusion of indigenous peoples from lands on which they had enjoyed connections and management and deep knowledge of since time immemorial. And the acquisition by the federal government and ultimate disposition of that public estate really was premised on the notion that indigenous people could be and were erased either from consideration across those lands. That process, or those federal policies toward removal and isolation of indigenous people and the acquisition of the public lands that indigenous people once inhabited and continue to maintain connections to, resulted in the growth of two oftentimes separate and distinct areas of the law. On the one hand, principles of federal Indian law and time-honored and recognized doctrines from the United States Supreme Court arose from challenges faced by tribes from states and from removal by the federal government. Those doctrines, rooted in the treaty relationships between the United States and tribal governments, remain important and foundational notions for the federal tribal relationship to this day. The use of treaties, for example, as the supreme law of the land under our Constitution, continue to ensure and protect reserved rights by tribes across public lands and elsewhere, particularly here in the West, but really across the nation. And through those legal doctrines protecting those rights, tribes and tribal members continue to access public lands for various lifeways and activities. Similarly, the federal government's trust relationship grew out of those legal challenges and tribal efforts to protect and preserve their own sovereignty from assault by this historical oppression and expansion, the colonial project, as it were. And both of those areas remain core to the federal government's responsibilities to tribes. But a separate framework, a separate series of laws and policies also grew up out of that history. And that really has resulted in the modern set of public land laws and management regulations that we know today. And unfortunately, for much of the history of those two areas of the law, they've been treated as distinct and not overlapping, and not a lot of connection between the two. In fact, as was noted by the Public Land Law Commission about 50 years ago, right around the same time, interestingly, that the federal Indian policy was shifting toward tribal self-determination, tribal lands were entirely excluded, and tribal connections to public lands were entirely excluded from the influential work of that commission, work that ultimately resulted in FLPMA and other influential public land management policies. And so it's within that history and that legal framework that we have to be able to approach thinking about current opportunities and potentially the future expansion of tribal reconnections, or at least the re-recognition of tribal prerogatives, tribal priorities, tribal interests in our nation's public lands. Because importantly, despite that long history of removal and exclusion and erasure from the laws and policies and the lands themselves, tribes retain and remain deeply connected across the public lands that form their homelands. We particularly recently, I mentioned the growth of the Tribal Self-Determination Act and the tribal self-determination policy, the expansion of tribal sovereignty led by tribal leaders. And over the last generations, we've begun to see the work of tribes and tribal leaders begin to reestablish those connections in important ways. Certainly, as I mentioned, the use and reliance of treaty rights and their important legal stature through the fish wars, particularly of the middle 20th century, the 1950s and 60s, has resulted in a long-standing co-management of those shared resources across the Pacific Northwest and in the Great Lakes region. Tribes, states, federal agencies working together to help manage those resources for the benefit of all, both in those regions and across the country. More recently, of course, we've seen efforts on the part, particularly of executives, to direct agencies like the BLM and all agencies across Interior and elsewhere to more substantively, more fruitfully, and more responsibly engage in tribal consultation. Beginning with executive orders, particularly through the mid-1990s, most every presidential administration in some form has committed to re-engaging and improving the way in which tribal input is received and reflected in federal decision-making. And of course, with the enactment of the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act in the mid-1970s, and importantly, further amendments to that act to make it more effective, tribes have engaged in a broad-based reassumption of previously federal program services, functions, and activities that have served to build tribal capacity, build tribal governance, and really restore tribal control over what activities that are happening within the reservation. We can't ignore also the growth of tribal political power and the expertise and ability that tribes have begun to wield within the powers of Congress, or the halls of Congress, and important legislative enactments like NAGPRA have begun to shift the way in which the federal government operates around particular aspects of management and resources across the country. And nonetheless, despite all of that progress and beginning to make those reconnections, there still remains more to do. And certainly recent efforts, as Dana mentioned, Professor Wilkinson's leadership and the leadership of the Intertribal Coalition around Bears Ears National Monument presents new ways to think about tribal role in terms of management and co-management of the public land resource. Now, those opportunities and particularly questions or proposals raised by tribes have brought co-management to the forefront. And it seems that there's a lot of discussion about what co-management is, what it isn't, what it may be, and what the challenges or opportunities might be for that in particular. Perhaps is best evidenced by the 2016 secretarial order from former Secretary of the Interior, Sally Jewell, seeking to promote opportunities for cooperative and collaborative partnerships between federal agencies like the BLM and tribes, made a specific point that the order did not address co-management, because in the view of that order, co-management was defined as a specific legal basis where that type of arrangement was required. A seemingly fairly narrow description or definition for co-management, and instead promoting more collaborative or cooperative relationships. Now, the order went on to note a number of legal authorities that authorized agencies like the BLM to enter into cooperative and collaborative arrangements with tribes, but at least for purposes of the order itself, those weren't considered co-management based on the definition provided by the order. And in addition, co-management has raised certain legal concerns about the delegation of federal authority or the subdelegation from agencies to tribes of particular authorities, limits around the ability of agencies to delegate inherently federal functions and what those functions might be when it comes to co-management and management of the public land resource, and certainly questions about whether or not the involvement of tribes in meaningful ways around the management of the public estate really aligns with and complies with mandates from Congress to public land agencies like the BLM. But importantly, I think all of this confusion and concern around co-management might be missing some of the important points and really some of the important work that many, I'm sure, on the call are already doing and that tribal leaders across the country are already engaged in. Because on the ground, really, co-management is a meaningful relationship pursuant to which there is a sharing of authority and an involvement of tribes and tribal perspectives and tribal priorities in the actual management of the resource. And we can see opportunities for that exist within our current legal framework. There are certainly ways to think about expanding those going forward. But as Secretary Jewell mentioned this morning, and as has already been highlighted, agencies are already engaged in processes that might be improved or perhaps thought about it in a different way to bring about a more co-management appropriate framework. So rather than thinking about the details of what co-management is or isn't, I suggest maybe we might approach co-management from thinking about certain principles, about this historical and continuing connection that tribes have to public lands across the nation, and how those historical connections and the knowledge that those generations upon generations connected to the land might bring could be used to the benefit of all of us in the management of our public resource. Importantly, too, breaking down the separation between federal Indian law principles, particularly the trust relationship, the recognition of tribal sovereignty in the context of public land management, is a principle that can help inform the actual management decisions that continue on the ground. And within the framework of existing co-management or cooperative or collaborative agreements, true sharing of authority to ensure that both parties have enforcement mechanisms and ways to negotiate and work out their differences around management decisions. I think those principles might help inform the way in which co-management could move forward in a collaborative and relationship building way. And there are current pathways in which those could be exercised right now without further legislation or additional work done. For example, in terms of public land planning processes that agencies engage in on a routine basis to set the path forward for management, providing meaningful opportunities for tribes to engage in those planning processes from an early stage, and recognizing and incorporating tribal priorities around how lands will be managed, how the plan will reflect those tribal connections and tribal priorities going forward, would help improve the ways in which those lands are managed from a tribal perspective, and also have the benefit of bringing in traditional ecological knowledge on the part of tribes. In addition, as Secretary Haaland mentioned, improving consultation processes and continuing to build relationships that really result in not a check the box exercise or simply window dressing to comply with procedural requirements, but a true fulfillment, both substantively and procedurally, of the federal government's trust relationships to tribes, can help inform federal management decisions, and more importantly, perhaps, build long-term the relationships with tribes and tribal leaders that aren't focused on project-specific determinations, but rather informed by those long-term relationships. And we can think in particular about the Section 106 process under the National Historic Preservation Act as an opportunity right now where those long-term relationships could really be built. And then finally, as I mentioned, the self-governance compacting options under the Indian Self-Determination and Educational Assistance Act have, since 1992, been available to federal agencies outside the Bureau of Indian Affairs to provide compacts or work with tribes to compact for tribal assumptions of federal programs, functions, services, and activities. What we've seen, unfortunately, is very limited use of that authority. It's discretionary on the part of agencies outside the BIA. And for example, in fiscal year 21, there are only 2 such agreements with the BLM and tribes across the country. That is an opportunity that exists right now for agencies to work with tribes to determine whether and have a pathway for empowering tribal activities, even if it's minimal management activities or fire prevention. It provides a basis on which a true relationship can be built to better incorporate tribal perspectives and tribal knowledge in the management of our shared public resources. So despite the history and context and really the separation and long-term exclusion of tribes, there are inroads being made, and there is significant progress. As I said, many of you on the call, I'm sure, on your day-to-day work out in the field managing these public lands have built these meaningful relationships. Those can be bridges to a new era of improved tribal leadership around the management of public lands. And I think considering those within the principles of co-management, within the history and context of tribal sovereignty and the trust relationship, and ultimately with an eye toward the better management and the better fulfillment of public land mandates that agencies are already subject to, incorporating and meaningfully working with tribes to engage that generational knowledge and generational connections to the public estate can only serve to improve the public resource for all of us. And not only that, maybe offer some justice and some healing to those long time wounds of exclusion from the history that was discussed earlier. So with that, hopefully have set the stage for further discussion by my esteemed panelists, and I look forward to engaging more. Thank you.
There's a whole lot to unpack there, Professor Mills. So hopefully we can start by turning the mic over to, I know, a person that you studied under, Professor Wilkinson. Do you have anything to add to your favorite students' discussion here?
That was a brilliant presentation that Monty just made. And you won't get a better summary of how public land management and tribal rights have evolved over the years and where we are now and what we have to do. And I really appreciate that. And I think that Secretary Haaland and Laura Daniel Davis, excuse me, and Holly Doremus did a really nice job on presenting the history of the BLM, and so I just think so far, anyway, we've had just as good a start as we can get on this subject. For my part, I want to give congratulations to the BLM for its 75th anniversary. I wasn't around in 1975, but I have spent quite a lot of time over the past 50 years with the BLM. And as Holly and Monty both emphasized, the agency is definitely an improved agency over its early years, and it was kept down, and specific development interests held sway, and that was the early years, the real early years of the BLM. I think of a key moment in the history of this agency involves Bruce Babbitt. And in 1996, when Bruce did the Interior Department workup for the proclamation that the president was going to adopt, Bruce proposed that the BLM should be the managing agency for the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. Never been done before. All national monuments had been mostly with the Park Service and some with the Forest Service. But this was the first time the BLM ever had that authority. And Bruce, to his everlasting credit, did that for two reasons. One is he believed that the BLM over the past many years, couple of decades at that point, had become more focused on conservation and sustainability, and he wanted to reward them. He thought the BLM had deserved it and earned it. And secondly, he wanted to encourage them to do more. By doing that monument, would encourage the BLM to go out even further. And by the way, in that monument, the tribes were really active. It wasn't like Bears Ears, where the tribes were the formal petitioners. But back then, the Navajo, Hopi, and Pueblos were really active in getting that monument established. And So since then, I was going to say a specific thing, which has already been alluded to, that came out of that, is the BLM's National Conservation Land System, 33 million acres. And it really is in the conservation and wildness arena, no question about it. Since the Grand Staircase, the tribes, and Monty really dealt with this well, the tribes really started coming forward with federal agencies. And they did some for sure in the 70s and 80s, but by the 90s, the tribes were really active. And tribes know that people in Washington aren't back there sitting around thinking of what they can do for tribes. The tribal policies that every one that Monty mentioned were brought to Congress by the tribes. And so now that's why we are here, really, is that the tribes have come to the BLM and the BLM has responded. But it's also recent. And over half of the 75 years, the tribes weren't that active because they weren't that active. But now, in modern times, again, Monty alluded to this, tribes have really substantial governments. They really are sovereigns. Most of the tribes that you hear about, 90% of all Indians, have governments of 300 employees or more. And that doesn't include economic adventures such as gaming and some resource development. It's tribal employees. And so they are real sovereigns now. And back then, say in 1970, you had tribes, most tribes had 1, 2, or 3 or 0 employees. And again, now they're up to really big numbers, substantial, often larger and more influential than the nearby county governments. So we have in the program the objective or the context, and I want to read these words. The BLM has a legal, moral, and ethical obligation to ensure that tribal homeland sites are protected and that tribes have an affirmative role in shaping the management of public lands with this longstanding connection. The panelists will discuss how the agency can truly live up to its tribal trust obligations and involve tribes as sovereign nations on an equal footing. And that's a new kind of language in effect. But I believe, as has been suggested right from the secretary on down, that kind of language is taken seriously by the BLM now, and it's an agency that's well equipped to do that. Of course, it isn't fully implemented yet, but it's complicated. Boy, it's complicated. Monty explained how it's a combination of having policies from Washington, but also negotiations between individual tribes and the agencies to develop collaborative management systems. So I believe that the BLM is in a good place now and is open in a way that is really inspiring. I want to say a few words about Bears Ears. And because that's what we have now, really, leaving aside in the Northwest, where we have collaborative management or co-management 3 ways: federal government, tribes, and the state over fisheries resources and other natural resources, some public lands matters. But it is co-management. And but on the public lands, pure public, and there are public lands out there, but the relationship goes way beyond that. But for pure public land collaborative management, Bears Ears is the first that we have seen, and there are other projects going on. I understand that, but we have that, and what I think, and I want to say that in terms of the BLM, Neil Cornsey, who was director during the Obama administration, really came forward on Bears Ears, and he was an essential player in that. And so the BLM deserves, I think, a lot of credit for his work and the work of the BLM on Bears Ears, because it is mostly BLM land, some Forest Service land. But what I think of the proclamation, Obama's proclamation, is really exceptional in a number of ways. And what I think of it is, and I don't mean to be emotional or something about this, but I think that the Bears Ears proclamation was a love song to the land, the tribes, and the relationship between the tribes and the land. And I'll just read one passage from it, which is really profound natural resource policy. It's just as good as it gets. And President Obama wrote this: "The traditional ecological knowledge amassed by the Native Americans whose ancestors inhabited this region, passed down from generation to generation, offers critical insight into the historic and scientific significance of the area. Such traditional knowledge itself is a resource to be protected and used in understanding and managing this landscape sustainability for generations to come. Traditional knowledge is itself a resource to be protected and used in understanding and managing this landscape sustainability for generations to come." Now, those words, I hope those thoughts, those concepts, those powerful messages, I hope guide what we're going to be doing from now. This administration, and as we know, first Native secretary ever, but also more natives in the administration than ever before. And in the Interior Department, you have Native Americans represented throughout the agency. And there's a lot of good work going on about collaborative management. And so I'm going to just briefly mention collaborative management and traditional knowledge. I think they are the basic concepts that we are aiming to put in place. And traditional knowledge, what a powerful and fascinating notion it is. It's not, in my mind, traditional ecological knowledge. And many Indian people have said, no, ecology is a Western science. And we favor ecology. We have ecology on our staffs, but it's a Western notion. It's traditional knowledge that comes fully from us. And I want to say that I'm doing some work on, but it's going to be the tribes really, and the agency officials often in the field that put beef on those terms, traditional knowledge and collaborative management. And for example, the BLM ought to appreciate and does that the tribes, all tribes really, have mature and able agencies and staff in natural resources and culture. Each individual tribe. So the BLM can be dealing with quality people, experienced people, in these negotiations over collaborative management and traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is another way of knowing, And the tribes know so much more than the majority of society does about the different resources out there, the medicines, the small animals, the water, and they know where those things are, and also for cooking and clothing out on the land, and that all goes into traditional knowledge. And I just hope that we can all come together, realize how complicated this is, and because when the tribes come in with traditional knowledge about, let's just say, particular plants, they may, for us to make real the language that we're talking about, there may have to be MOAs or regs or other procedures to protect certain land plants, and maybe there's been commercial exploitation of those plants. Maybe there have to be closures of areas to protect traditional plants outside of economic development, but also sometimes just general traffic. They're getting trampled down. And so it's not just talk. It's got to end up being particular things that particular aspects of traditional knowledge and understanding what we have to do to make them real and be another way of knowing. And I think that there's going to be a lot of good work on this, I think, in the future, and I think it's going to be very exciting. And I think that includes visitors, because traditional knowledge can be presented in a number of ways to the public that people really are interested in, whether it's songs or dances or prayers or just different practices. So I think I feel we're at a great time right now, and I think that the BLM really is wanting to go ahead, and I think it's going to happen, and it's going to go slow maybe. But from both the federal side, you've got responsibilities, and from the tribal side, you got responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Amen. Huh? think it's really a great handoff to our tribal leader. I saw you nodding, Chairman Lopez, when when Professor Wilkinson was talking about the difference between traditional knowledge and ecological knowledge. I'm very interested to hear what you have to say about what tribes bring to the table relative to land management, and I'm very interested in your remarks. You can take over the mic. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for inviting me to speak here. It's an honor. I want to first give thanks to the Bureau of Land Management, Conservation Lands Foundation, Parks, the Parks program at UC Berkeley, and others. The speakers before me set this up beautifully, I can tell you that. Everything, what they were talking about is exactly what I talk about every day. I was elected chair in 2003. And in 2006, tribal elders came to a tribal council meeting. And they said our creation story tells us the Creator gave us the responsibility to take care of Mother Earth and all living things. Mother Earth wasn't their term, but it's a term that's recognized today and is pretty effective for understanding what we mean or what they meant. And so that was kind of scary to us at first because of our history, 3 periods of brutal colonization that lasted over 100 years, where each period of the colonizers wanted to destroy our knowledge of our culture, our knowledge of our spirituality, our knowledge of our environment, and our indigenous knowledge that had been handed off for thousands and thousands of years. But we took that seriously, and we talked about that at tribal council. And they said we have to recognize that it's not our fault that we had lost that knowledge. We really do have to recognize that it was not our fault, but that we also have a responsibility to restore that knowledge so that we can return to that path, so that we can fulfill our obligation to Creator and that we can honor our ancestors. And since that meeting, our tribe has worked hard every day to do that, to restore that indigenous knowledge. And we've learned a lot. We learned that our ancestors were not hunters and gatherers. That right there is a very indigenous and way of looking at our ancestors. They were just simply, bouncing around hoping to find some food that they could eat that day to survive another day. Our people very actively managed the landscapes. And they learned a lot. They learned that first and foremost, that responsibility to take care of Mother Earth and all living things was a moral authority and a moral obligation. And today, and since that time, only tribes have the moral authority to speak for the lands of their traditional tribal territory. And I did hear Professor Wilkinson use that word moral, responsibilities, obligations. And I'm very thankful that was brought up in the conversation. So, and to fulfill that obligation to keep the lands moral, we developed prayers and we developed ceremonies. And we developed ways of showing respect and acknowledging that those plants have the same mother and father that we do. They, our father is Father Sky, the same as those plants, the same as the birds, the wildlife, etc. They have the same mother, Mother Earth. So those plants are our relatives. And the way you take care of your relatives is with love, with patience, with gentleness. You sing to them, you pray for them, you listen to them. Those are the relationships that we need to restore to our world. When we look at what's happening with all the laws that were passed and stuff like that, all they did was remove spirituality from the land. And we need to restore that. In a couple of weeks, we're going to be hosting. We worked. Part of it was with BLM. And we're working to have a dam removed. That dam is being removed this week, and it's a smaller dam, but it's spring fed. So that's going to allow us to restore salmon because that water will be cold enough for this. And so we're holding a calling home the salmon ceremony, which was very traditional to our people in the past. We're going to restore the ceremony, and we're going to restore salmon to that creek. So so that the salmon have a place to spawn. We also learned how to take care of the lands. All plants have an obligation. That obligation is to take care of the fungi, to take care of the insects, to take care of the bird, the four-legged, and people, and much more. Today, when you look at that monoculture and stuff like that, how long can that last? If it lasts to the end of our children's lifetime, I doubt it. We have to return to the way that our ancestors took care of the plants. And those plants have to be, have to know that they have a responsibility greater than just providing for people. As we work through that path of how to relearn the knowledge of our ancestors, we learned that fire was a very important tool. Fire was a gift from Creator. It's not something to be afraid of. It is a gift, and that gift right here was for the purpose of ceremony, for prayer. It's important for cooking, for heating, for providing light. But it's also a very important tool to manage the land, to manage the landscapes. Our people learned that they would burn, they would take a look at a landscape and divide it into segments, 5, 7, 10 segments. And they would burn one segment each year. And whenever, and then after that first segment burned, you would get a great production of seed seed growth. And that it was important to take care of the birds and other seed-eating animals. The second year after the fire, you get these shoots coming up, and they're soft and moist and juicy. And those are the preferred foods for the grazing animals, the elk, the deer, the antelope, etc. That third year of growth, you start getting more bushier plants, and those had their specific purpose, and on and on. These materials provided materials for basketry. They were our food plants, our medicine. We had over 100 medicine plants. We had over 70 plants identified that were very specific for our food. They're practically all gone now, and a lot of them are gone. So we're working hard to restore those. We're also, in the subsequent years, they provide materials for housing, for clothing, for tools, etc. That's what our people learned. And so today we're working to restore those fires. We don't call them prescribed fires. Those are cultural fires. They were meant to provide and protect and enhance the cultural resources for all wildlife, for ourselves. We learned how to take care of the waters and the ocean. Today we're working to restore, to go back and work on stewarding and managing the oceans. We take care of the kelp, the seaweed, the weeds, the sea grasses, the shellfish, the sea mammal, the small fishes, which are very important. The salmon, the sardines, the anchovies, etc. The small fishes. Whenever those salmon come in from the ocean, they don't just head upstream. They have to transition from salt water to fresh water. And so that habitat along the ocean, along the coastline, is very important for them to have the food resources they need to get their body weight on, to get their strength back, so they can make that very hard migration up the river. Now, I want to talk about there is a lot more that we work on, but because of time, I won't be able to go into it now. Our relationship with BLM. We work primarily at the Chotoni Coast Dairies National Monument. And we started working with, and that's a newly designated monument and part of the California National Monument, Coastal Monument or something like that. I don't remember the exact name. They were going to call it the Coast Dairies National Monument. But we wanted our ancestors who lived there at that land to be remembered. And we asked that the Chotoni tribe be in that name. And so today that's a Chotoni Coast Dairies National Monument. So there's no survivors in the Chotoni tribe. We have the responsibility to ensure that those that the Chotoni tribe is never forgotten. And by having the national monument named after it is very important and such. But we have also been working very closely with the Bureau of Land Management there. And we have a great relationship. We have an MOU that we signed with them. And that MOU, or MOA, I don't even know which, gives us access for ceremony, for gathering of people, gathering of cultural resources. It gives us access for research, gives us access for education for tribal members and education for the public. It gives us access for stewardship. One of the first things we ask for is that we do a survey of the lands, primarily along the riparian areas of the rivers. That's normally where our people lived. And what it was is to look for to identify cultural resources early, right? One of the very first things, identify the cultural resources that were there. During that survey, we identified 4, perhaps 5 new archaeological sites that were never reported. So we were able to get them on the National Register. We also, when we did the survey, we also looked for the biological and the other things such as and the other features and stuff like that are important. Springs, caves, view sheds, etc. Those are all important cultural resources to tribes. After that, we wrote a report and we met with the BLM and we shared that with them. And as I said, we did that early. So whenever they started developing the plan to open those lands to the public, when they started to say, where do we put the trails? Where do we put parking, etc.? They could avoid impacting the cultural resources of the Chotoni tribe. And they were very cooperative. And when that plan came out, we couldn't be more happy with it, to be honest with you. Now we're revising the MOA, and we're working to get fire in. We had fire before, but we're revising the MOA to talk a little bit more directly about fire. We're always talking about removing a lot of the invasives. We recently worked out there a couple of weeks back. We worked out there to remove a lot of invasives and to do cleanup where there's a lot of homeless camps that have been abandoned and stuff like that. We also went out to remove a lot of the invasive plants that were just choking out trees right along the river there and such like that. And we worked side by side with the BLM. We started every day with prayer, and we talk about how to have reciprocal relationships of offering tobacco throughout the day for things that you remove. And we offered that to the BLM staff and such like that. And they joined us in the prayers and they joined us in our protocols. They partook in that. And I think it was so important. We're also working to remove, we have a lot of eucalyptus trees up there. And eucalyptus trees are not indigenous to California. And they hurt the habitat in great ways. So, we're talking about how can we remove the eucalyptus trees. So these are the things that we're negotiating about. But we're very comfortable and very happy with our relationship with the BLM. And we look forward to that continuing. And they have other BLM lands in our territory. And we will, once we build capacity, we will start talking to the the superintendents or managers or directors of those districts. Finally, I want to talk about the word healing. It's, when we talk about healing, a lot of people think that the indigenous people need to heal from that horrendous history that they experienced. That the indigenous people, today they suffer extreme high cases of suicide, alcohol or addictions, of depression, and on and on. And all that is true. But what's really important to know, and we talk about this all the time in our tribe, is the perpetrators need to heal. The perpetrators who were responsible for causing that destruction to the tribes must heal. And in all honesty, the perpetrators need to heal more than the tribes do. And how could we ever have a healthy relationship if we cannot have a relationship that's built on trust, that we can't have a healthy relationship with a partner that's healthy and that is not carrying that baggage and that from that historic trauma that they brought upon the other people and the soul wound that they caused to themselves because of that horrific history. We need to heal together. Perpetrators and tribal people need to heal together so that we can, if we're ever going to form a healthy relationship. I'll stop there. Thank you very much. And it was truly an honor to speak to this panel and the amazing panelists that are here. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you so much for your powerful words. Really appreciate your time and your partnership. Thank you. We're going to now turn to Mr. Martinez, who has a very interesting background in both federal and tribal management. Why don't you round us out, Mr. Martinez, and then I'll ask hard questions.
All right. Tumka, Mataltama, you my Tribal Chairman Lopez, Mataltama, you my about Professor Wilkinson, about Professor Mills, about Abogado Jackson, Mataltama, you my about Kana Deb Haaland, about BLM Tuta my and thank you, and it's an honor to be here among all of you and have this opportunity to talk about the Bureau of Land Management. I just thank all of the participants that are here and our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Lopez, for being part of this panel. I enjoyed listening to all the opening remarks and statements that everyone did. Everyone spoke about. As I'm coming to you from my homeland here in Taos Pueblo, home of the Red Willow people, also the homeland of the Picarise people, the Huiletu'us, who live just south of here in the Taos area. The Taos area had many tribes coming into our area from the plains, the Arapahoes, Cheyenne, Kiowa, the Navajos from the west, the Utes also from the west, and the Hickory Apaches. So I'm quite familiar with all of our tribes in this area. And as a person that has had some extensive experience managing land, Taos Pueblo is one of the comps under the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We compact all of our natural resource programs here. And I was fortunate enough to, how should I say this? My arm was twisted to come back and work for my tribe after I had, completed my career at the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and having worked on the corporate side for the Pueblo of Pewaukee, just north of Santa Fe there. Quite interesting working on in the corporate side where a tribe is looking at not a subsistence economy, but more of a market-based economy for the betterment of their people with their businesses that they've developed there. And but now I'm back in my traditional homeland, looking at how I can better the lands that we have. I don't know if any of you know, but Taos Pueblo fought for 60 some years for our Blue Lake Wilderness, our area that our ancestors have always been one of our creation stories. Is the Blue Lake area, as well as the Mesa Verde area. So from the Four Corners all the way to Taos, New Mexico, all along this area is our route and our homeland, so to speak, which cover Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management lands right now. As a director for natural resources for Taos Pueblo, working under the auspices and in cooperation with the Taos Pueblo War Chief's office to manage our natural resources, we have developed very good relationships with the Bureau of Land Management here and the U.S. Forest Service, which continues to manage our ancestral land, as well as the BLM. As you go east of Taos and east of the Rio Grande Gorge and north, a lot of BLM land out there as well. My mind is moving real quickly, but I want to say that growing up, we're still a very traditional nation here at Taos Pueblo, still rooted deeply in our traditional cultural ways, our language, and our traditional ecological knowledge of the area. Whether we're going from Taos Pueblo high up here at our village sits at 7,000 feet toward the eastern plains where we used to hunt buffalo, or going up higher up into the higher elevations over 13,000 feet. We have a lot of extensive knowledge that we talk about in our language. We know all of the places from our point of view, our world that starts here at Taos and goes all the way to the tribes down in south of Albuquerque, toward Hopi, toward the just all 360 degrees out of Taos Pueblo. We have names, and so our traditional ecological knowledge of our area and our of what we know is still heavily embedded in us, and it's part of our everyday culture. One of the things that I just want to explain real quick before I move on is that growing up, as our tribe fought for the return of our Blue Lake, we're not the only one that got this back, but the Klamath people. I want to mention them. The Klamath up there in the Northwest were also one of the tribes that got some land back in the early years, growing up, I would sit around my grandparents' table listening to the litigation that was going on that our tribe had with the United States. And as soon as I realized at the age of 10 that, I'm going to be a natural resource manager of some sort, that's where I put my efforts to, so that I could assist, my tribe with managing their lands and someday come back to work for them. And here I am. So that allowed me to get my degree at Colorado State there. Dr. Wilkinson, I was a neighbor of yours. Had a few friends over there at CU. And so once getting back into the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I worked with all 23 tribes here in New Mexico, the Utes, Southern Ute Mountain, the Jicarilla, and spent a lot of time down on the Mescalero Apache Reservation. My late father went to the boarding school with, I don't know if any of you know the late Wendell Chino, president of the Mescalero Apache tribe. And I ended up there as a young forester. And being the only Native American forester, I want to tell you that having that traditional ecological knowledge, my Western forestry and natural resources education that I got at Colorado State, we were just gearing up there on the Mescalero Apache Nation to through the Bureau of Indian Affairs to increase their timber management and their annual allowable cut there on the Mescalero Apache Reservation at the time was 20 million board feet, quite a large number to look at harvesting in the southern New Mexico. And if you ever went from Taos down to Mescalero, you'd know that you go through some high desert country and you go, man, it's too hot down here. What grows down here? Till you hit the Sacramento Mountains of the Mescalero Apache, and man, you got ponderosa pine, Douglas fir, aspen, and quite a annual rainfall that contributed to the magnificent forest down there. So coming down there, let me just back up a little. When I was growing up, my parents and family would go down to the Mescalero because of their friendship with the late Wendell Chino. And I said, no, I'm not going. I don't want to go there. It's too hot. I'm going to stay here in Taos where it's nice and cool. And so they all went down there and enjoyed their time there at their annual feast during the 4th of July. And lo and behold, I end up down there. I worked down there for 7 years, and one of the things that I brought to the Mescalero Apaches was, like I said, my traditional ecological knowledge, my knowledge that I learned observing things in the forest, out on the rangelands, along the riparian areas. And so at the time, the traditional forestry practices that were taking place were called even age management practices. The Forest Service was doing that. The BLM was doing that up in the northwest. I mean, you could anywhere you go. That was the thing. That was the forest management practice, was looking at species specific management. And I got there to Mescalero and just talking with the people there, the people I worked with, forestry technicians. Really, they were just forestry technicians. They didn't have any foresters that were native. I was the only one, and the discussions I had with a wildlife biologist that followed me from Albuquerque down to Mescalero. He was a native as well, and I don't know if you guys know Butch Blazer. He was the Undersecretary of Agriculture under Obama. Well, Butch Blazer was the Natural Resource Manager at Mescalero at the time, and between Butch Blazer and the wildlife biologist that followed me down there, Norman Hohola from Isleta Pueblo, we knowing what we knew and discussing with the tribe what their goals and objectives were for maintaining their forest, for the traditional aspects of their life, of their culture. We changed the whole management structure to look at uneven age management as part of the process to help the tribe with their economic ability to harvest 20 million board feet a year. And through uneven age management, we looked at not just one age class of trees, but we looked at all age classes of trees in the forest. We looked at all species of trees in the forest. We looked at their cattle operations that they had there, their big game hunting operations that they had there on their reservation, and we included fire. Chairman Lopez, you talked about prescribed burn, but actually there were cultural burns that included their traditional plants and all the plants that they utilized for their cultural traditions, and their land went from Mesquite Desert all the way up to Sierra Blanca Peak at over 12,000 feet. So with that, we had collaborative relationships with the U.S. Forest Service down there, and the BLM on the eastern side, on the drier side of the reservation, where we would look at with the BLM prescribed natural fire when we had lightning strikes on the east side, and of course one of the things that I like to mention is the how we dealt with endangered species with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. At the time when I was down there, the Mexican spotted owl was the species that was shutting down a lot of the forest practices in the area, through the collaboration of tribes, and that was mentioned by you, Professor Mills, with each other and their capacities to build on their staffing, that through all of us Native professionals, I just want to say that we worked with the tribes in New Mexico, the tribes in Arizona, to develop our own guidance and for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as we dealt with the Mexican spotted owl. We didn't want the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service telling our tribes that we were working with how to deal with the Mexican spotted owl. So through our efforts with all of the big timber tribes in the Arizona, New Mexico, southern Colorado, we developed guidelines that we utilized and went to court with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. One of the things we did on the Mescalero, because we had these timber sale projects that we were getting into, we did extensive analysis with the approval of the tribe for the Mexican spotted owl, because on most traditional tribal cultures, the owl may or may not be a good animal. So, we had to get approval from those folks, those traditional cultural people, that we can do that on their lands, and we explained to them the process we were going to look at in order for us to achieve and maintain the tribe's sovereignty over the land and the animals that the tribe understood and that we understood for them, working for them. And so tribes definitely want to maintain their sovereignty over these kinds of management issues and concerns. And so through that, we developed a lot of information on the spotted owl, which gained us the approval with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They understood where we were coming from, where the tribe was coming from, how our traditional ecological knowledge contributed to the Endangered Species Act, and allowing us to manage those kinds of species for the tribe. And it was quite, I think, a landmark decision, and it just cleared the way. We had no more obstacles for that issue as we dealt with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Presently, as here at Taos Pueblo, let me just go back one more time. I went to a conference with the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society down on the Mescalero, and Butch Blazer and Norman Hohol and myself were in this session where there was the Fort Collins station of the I can't remember what the Fort Collins station is called. The Forest Services USDA Fort Collins technical station up there. Anyway, one of the young ladies was doing a thing on the spotted owl, and she was talking about everything we did down there on the Mescalero, and I was telling Norm and Butch, I go, we should have wrote a book on this. But it was quite amazing that she picked up on all of the things that we did. Afterwards, we talked to her and directed her to all the files that we had there at the Mescalero Agency for the Mexican spotted owl. But one of the things that I don't want to finish this up with Mescalero. One of the things that I want to let you guys know is that through tribes, through their own sovereignty, have the right to sue the federal government, and they sued the Bureau of Indian Affairs down there in Mescalero over. They felt that maybe some of the timber management practices weren't going along as they expected, and it was just because things were happening quite rapidly. And so I happened into the tribal chairman's office one morning, and lo and behold, I see my professors, my forest economics professor from Colorado State, and my silvicultural professor from there, and my fire professor from there. I go, hey, what are you guys doing here? And they go, oh, we're expert witnesses for the tribe. Oh, you are? And they go, yeah, we're going to court on some of the things that are happening down here. I go, yeah. And then here comes the Mr. Chino and his vice president. They came out and they saw me and they go, hey, Cameron, you want to go along? We're going to go look at different things. I go, yeah, I'll go with you guys. So we hopped in the vehicle and went driving around the reservation. I was talking about the timber program. I talked about the reforestation program because of the fires down in that part of the state. There's we get quite a few fires down there in the springtime, and they eventually turn large. So we had quite a bit. We had a large scale reforestation program going on down there. We had a large cultural fire program down there as well. So through my conversations with them and explaining the operations for reforestation, the fire program as well, and what we do there with that program, they had excluded the fire and reforestation program from the lawsuit, but they did take the BIA to court on timber management, and it was primarily because the figures that they were working with, and that wasn't in my program, I like to say, but it was in a program that they felt that the 20 million board feet wasn't a figure that the tribe could live with, that could sustain their sawmill operations. So I ended up in court talking about the reforestation program. I ended up in federal court talking about the reforestation program, and I was on the stand for about 4 hours and explained everything we do in reforestation and some of the formulas that we developed there, the conditions, site conditions of the stands that we're looking at. And as I got off the stand, I just want to say that the tribal chairman was there, vice chairman, and the expert witnesses from Colorado State, and they just said you did a good job, which was amazing at the time. Just to know that we had accomplished what I set out to do in order to provide good service to another tribal nation. But the tribe did end up winning the lawsuit on the timber harvesting side of the lawsuit, and put aside everything else. But with that knowledge, with the understanding from the tribe of what they want, it just makes it a lot easier for them to know that the decisions they're making and the decisions they're making for their people, for the future, are looked at by folks that they trust, that they know that have the understanding of where their traditions are from, where they've arrived from, and the future that they're looking at. Because that was something that was in a lot of our discussions as I worked there on the Mescalero Apache, listening to the people that I worked with that were older than me, that grew up, in living in their forest, deriving their subsistence from the forest. It just helped to have somebody there that had that knew what they were talking about, that brought the traditional ecological knowledge that they understood, that their language spoke about, their Apache language spoke about. And I was just honored to be there to help them achieve those goals, that they knew their land was going to be well managed into the future. Right now, the Mescalero Apache has compacted their forestry and natural resources program as well, and they're doing a great job. One of the foresters that was working with me, Thora Walsh, is now the natural resources director there, and she is doing a great job there, collaborating with the U.S. Forest Service. The Forest Service just is amazed on what we accomplished on the Mescalero Apache reservation lands. They're always they make frequent trips to the Mescalero to look at the management practices there that we do in fire, in reforestation, and in timber management. And it's just a testament to knowing what the tribe wants and where they're going. They not only utilize their own reservation for their various traditional needs, but also the national forest to their south and north, and the BLMs toward the east. And as they talk about other areas down toward the White Sands National Monument as well, because that was all their land. That was all their traditional lands where they gathered their different items that they need for their cultural ways and their traditional beliefs. So with that, I'm going to change my focus to Taos Pueblo. One of the things that, one of the policy things that has come out that we work with here is the Tribal Forest Protection Act. I don't know if any of you have heard of that. It's instructs both the Department of Ag and Department of Interior to work with tribes on culturally significant areas along our borders. And the Carson National Forest here in the Taos area, we brought that to their attention since 2017. The act has been out since 2014, I think. And so in 2017, we our Blue Lake Wilderness borders the Wheeler Peak Wilderness to the of the Carson National Forest and the Taos Ski Valley. And the Taos Ski Valley is there's some land in there that is privately owned by the Taos Ski Valley Incorporated, and the Taos Ski Valley has a special use permit with the Carson National Forest. Which includes the village of Taos Ski Valley. So those, the Taos Ski Valley Incorporated, the village of Taos Ski Valley, have been developing that area, the ski valley, for a number of years now. And so we're looking at a new management or a 10-year development plan that the Taos Ski Valley is implementing, and through the Tribal Forest Protection Act, we have utilized that with the Forest Service to collaborate on reviewing that development plan for the Taos Ski Valley Incorporated, and to review the extensive business development that has been going on in the village of Taos Ski Valley. Those areas, we contend at that high elevation area associated to our sacred areas up there at around 13,000 feet, they're all connected. The water, the high elevation lakes that are there, the water that they utilize for making snow, the water that they're going to be utilizing for their businesses in the village of Taos Ski Valley. We just feel that area is just impacting our boundary significantly, in that we have seen an increase in trespass onto tribal land. So through that Tribal Forest Protection Act, through our MOA, the Memorandum of Agreement with the Carson National Forest, we developed those documents so that we're an integral part of how we co-manage that area. I mean, it's just we've gone up to this. We've met real heavily now. I would say since 2017 to now, with the Carson National Forest, Taos Ski Valley Incorporated, to make sure that they know exactly where we're coming from, the high concerns we have of that area, because the development plan for the Taos Ski Valley is looking at over 300,000 visitors a year just in that one spot there on the Carson National Forest. And as the tribal government and my staff have gone up there, we have spoke to both of those entities on the significance of those high mountain peaks, the high mountain lakes and streams and springs that are all up there. We all have names for them, like I was just telling you earlier. So once you're on top of those peaks, you can see into Colorado. You can see all the way to those peaks that are east of Santa Fe, New Mexico. You can see west toward the Jicarilla. You can see southern Colorado, and you can see the plains of the east. So as they developed their the ski valley, one of the peaks up there had shrines from Asia. You know, people from all over the world come to New Mexico, as well as the other states that you're familiar with, I'm sure, in Montana or California. And on those peaks, they're to us as indigenous people, they're quite significant to us because we're at the top of the world. So as we're up there, we had flags there from Asia, like I mentioned, Tibetan flags, and the Forest Service was telling us that they left them up there, and our thinking, our traditional thinking, and our traditional knowledge of prayer, of those kinds of things, it's leave no trace. We leave no trace for our praying. We leave no trace when we're visiting those areas, whether it's out there on the sagebrush flats on BLM land or in the forest. It's that way for a lot of indigenous people, and especially in North America, maybe South America as well. We respect that other nations, other indigenous nations have their ways of prayer and that type of thing. But for us, in our area, in our traditional cultural area, it's leave no trace. And you talk to any number of our Pueblo tribes, our Apache tribes, even the Utes, those tell you the same thing. So with that, we've had good cooperation with them, with the Forest Service. Presently, the Taos Pueblo does receive numerous Section 106 letters on various projects that are going on from the Four Corners to the Taos district of the BLM. And my staff and I, we comment on all of them, making sure that the BLM knows that we are engaged in our traditional lands. This valley that we're in and the areas that are of concern. While the Taos Pueblo tribe was initiating its litigation for the Blue Lake land that they got back, we had given the United States government a map of our land area, quite an extensive map, just like all the other tribes have done. And so with that, we continue to want to make sure that they know we're present in this state of New Mexico, and that the land that we once occupied is still part of our culture, and that anything that happens or is projected to happen, we want to have a say in how it's managed.
Mr. Martinez, I appreciate that. I do have to actually end this session, though.
Not a problem.
I do hope this is the beginning of a long and fruitful conversation. I want to thank all the panelists. I'll have to save all my great questions for some other time. I am interested in your all of your opinions on durable things we can be doing to make an impact during this administration. Really appreciate everybody. And we will be taking a 5-minute break before we start the next panel. And with that, again, all my thanks to all of you for taking time out of your day to help us learn more about good examples and more that we can be doing to have better partnerships in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the fantastic presentation so far and the discussions from our tribal leadership and co-management panel. I know I did. And I want to thank, again, Dana Jackson, Professors Mills and Wilkinson, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Lopez for sharing their time and insights with us. And now it's my honor to introduce and moderate our next panel, which features a couple of the past confirmed directors of the BLM. They have a wealth of experience and insight into the agency, its role in the West, and the challenges it faces. And we're starting with two of our former directors who served at somewhat different time periods. So I think that'll also be really good perspective of how their work and their perspective have evolved as directors and since then. So we're going to be joined by Jim Baca, who served as BLM director from 1993 to 1994. Like Secretary Haaland, Jim is a native of New Mexico and served as the mayor of Albuquerque from 1997 to 2001. He also served twice as New Mexico Commissioner of Public Lands and retired as the state of New Mexico's Natural Resources Trustee in 2010, and has served on the board of numerous nonprofit organizations. Jim, thanks for being here today. We're also being joined by the most recent confirmed director of the BLM, Neil Cornsey, who led the agency from 2014 to 2018. Welcome, Neil. Before becoming director, Neil served as acting as the BLM's deputy director for policy and programs and senior advisor to the director. In these roles, he worked on a broad range of issues, including renewable and conventional energy development, transmission siting, and conservation policy. Neil currently serves as the CEO of Campion Advocacy Fund and Campion Foundation, a position he's held since 2019. In this role, he oversees grant-making, policy initiatives, and operations, working to protect America's last wild places and combat homelessness in Washington and across the country. Before coming to the BLM, Neil worked as a senior advisor to U.S. Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada from 2003 to 2011, working on a variety of public lands issues, including renewable energy development, mining, water, outdoor recreation, rural development, and wildlife. So good preparation. And I'm really looking forward to your perspectives. I'd like to start with some introductory remarks. So Jim, we'll start with you, if that's okay.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I look back on my time as director of the BLM, short as it was, and I really have to say, I don't think there's been a tremendous amount of progress made in protecting public lands by the BLM. And it's certainly not because of the power of the directors or maybe even the wishes of some of the interior secretaries and presidents. I just think it's the incessant ability of the extractive industries to get what they want out of the US Congress. And we have made some great strides, don't get me wrong, I think that's true, but I look back and so far as I can tell, the grazing fees are probably lower than they were 25 years ago or 26 years ago. I don't see any reforms in mining law. I don't see any reforms in oil and gas royalties. And I am hopeful under the new administration that things are going to happen. Certainly being driven by climate change, by what we're seeing happening in the West to our landscapes and watersheds. And so I am very hopeful that the BLM will make progress, come back from Grand Junction to Washington where they'll have a bigger impact and move on because we just can't waste any more time. And that's about it for me. I'm short and sweet to the point.
I'm trying to remember if I've heard people say you were short and sweet. Okay, but I'll let that go, Jim. So Neil, do you want to share some opening thoughts with us?
You bet. Excuse me, it's great to be with you. And I just note it is still a pandemic, and as would happen, I have a toddler running around the room, so you may hear some noise here and there. But what a wonderful set of presentations that we've heard this morning from the Secretary all the way through. So I just want to compliment the agency and all of its partners for putting this together. I'm here in Seattle on the traditional lands of the Coast Salish and Duwamish people, and I I am going to have to ask for you and Jim to talk for just a second, and I'll be right back.
Well, wait till my dog gets involved. He's laying right here beside me. Once again, I'm pretty hopeful. I think the Biden administration is making a really honest stab at climate change, and that surely is going to affect the BLM. We're still waiting for a director to be confirmed, as I understand it. And it's just taking way too long. And it kind of proves my point that as long as you've got these ultra conservative, extractive, industry controlled members of Congress, that they're just going to make it difficult to make progress. I very much want to see this new director put into office. She's just what's needed. I'm proud of the Biden administration for picking her, and I hope they get on with it, Nada. What have you been hearing?
Thanks, Jim.
Are you allowed to say?
Right. I think we're all looking forward to having a confirmed director at the BLM for sure. So thanks for the support and encouragement there. Neil, excellent multitasking again, part of BLM's multiple use mandate in action, right?
That's right. That's right. Yes, thank you for letting me jump out for just a second. And let me also second my fandom for Tracy. I'm very excited for her to be confirmed, hopefully in the days ahead. So keep an eye out for that. But I think Jim raised an interesting question about how the BLM can move forward and what the limitations might be. And I want to sort of maybe weave a path to that. I think it's an interesting reflection on a 75th anniversary for the agency. I tend to think of the BLM as one of the oldest organizations in government. Going back, I usually start the clock around 1812 with the start of the General Land Office, since the agency was formed out of the merger of the U.S. Grazing Service and the General Land Office. So I think it's got an enormous, long tradition to reflect on, and I think the multi-generational responsibility that the agency has as it looks forward grows more and more every day as that history, sits behind it. And some of that is good history, some of that is history that we would make different choices today. But I think there is something powerful about what the secretary was talking about with the agency is there to manage lands, not just fiscal year to fiscal year, but for generations. And I think there's no organization that epitomizes that need and that kind of longevity than what is now the Bureau of Land Management. So I think as the agency sort of ponders the wisdom of a decision, I think it is in no way absurd to think out 100 years, 200 years about the impacts of those decisions, because we are standing here and our brethren were sitting there 200 years ago, making some foundational decisions that we are dealing with today. So, in that context, though, we have multiple crises that Nada, you, and Laura Daniel Davis, and the Secretary, and Tommy Boudreau, and many other terrific leaders are stepping up to tackle. And those include the climate crisis, that includes a nature crisis, a biodiversity crisis. A lot of things are coming to a head right now. And, I think the BLM has such a broad mission, which I think is one of the reasons that you see it swing in a pendulum-like fashion from time to time between administrations. But I think there's really something important in what Jim was asking about, sort of what tools does it have to make progress? And I think he's talking a lot in the conservation space. And if you think about it, the agency was not necessarily given tools in its early days for any kind of fundamental, durable conservation. It was in 1976, when FLPMA was passed, that there was an amendment to the Wilderness Act, which welcomed the BLM into that cadre, where Congress could then evaluate lands, pass bills, bring wilderness, onto the map. And then later, as Charles was talking about in the last panel, in 1996, a new type of durability was brought forward when, for the first time ever, a president used the Antiquities Act of 1908, so it had been a long time of not using it, to create a national monument and leave it in the hands of the agency as part of a challenge to the agency to really lift up and embrace its conservation mission. And it has grown by leaps and bounds through those tools since 1976, since 1996. But Jim, I think there's a tension there in that if you look at those tools, one belongs to Congress and the other one belongs to the president. And the availability of a durable conservation tools, there are in fact probably not enough that sit in the hands of someone who's sitting where Neda sits, or someone that sits in the secretary's seat. So I think that's a challenge that sits in front of our country, that not only does the agency need those types of tools so they can make long-term durable decisions that have communities and conservation in mind, they also need staffing, right? You look at, I thought Neda's opening was terrific, the finest public land agency in the country, absolutely. People are second to none. The work is phenomenal. I can't believe what the agency gets done with the resources that it's given. It covers, and I think it's worth repeating this all day long, 10% of the country and 40% of the minerals. So there are very few communities that don't have and need some interaction with the agency. And frankly, the agency is not resourced at a level to be successful in all of those interactions. Right? It is in a per person appropriation and a per acre appropriation. It is way down the chart compared to the other agencies. And so as a result, often ends up moving from crisis to crisis to crisis. And that is not what we want from our public lands and our public land managers. And frankly, we often have higher expectations, but we need to make sure that those public land managers have the tools so that and the personnel and the team so they can be out there and be proactive in doing more than responding to emergencies. So I think there's some interesting questions here about how would you maybe bring forward better tools, right? Maybe part of that is looking at regulations and trying to build something through a regulatory regime. But I also think there's an interesting model in the 1960s, and this was referenced a little bit. I think Monty discussed this in the Public Land Law Review Commission of the 1960s, which was a body that was brought together by Congress. And the outcome of that, well, essentially it was brought together because there had been 3,000 different public land laws passed since the beginning of the country. And it was chaos. And leaders in Congress said, hey, this is too much. We need to actually bring some logic to the pathways here. And so they spent years and years sitting around a table. And I think if we look back at who was sitting around the table, it was probably not nearly a big enough table. And I think it would be very interesting that if we were to launch a second version of that today with a much bigger, more inclusive circle around the table and ask questions. You could either ask them in a singular way in terms of what does the BLM need to answer the crises of the day, but you could also ask a bigger question, which our friend from UC Berkeley asked, which is, we have a lot of public land and natural resource agencies. Is that where we want to be? And so I think there are some really big topics that need to be tackled, need to be answered at that level. And and I'm a hardcore BLM partisan, so don't take the question the wrong way. But I do think that there are, even underneath the agencies, there are authorities that pit the agencies against each other. And so I can tell you, Neda and I haven't discussed this, but I know from sitting where she sits for a little while, that she spends a fair amount of her time deconflicting agency versus agency conflict, right, in order to find a path forward on issues. And that I think that's solvable. And I'll just propose that I think a values-based start to a, if something like this were to kick off at some point, we discovered something really interesting in the late Obama years when we were working on a regulation that got promulgated and then rejected by Congress. We called it Planning 2.0. It was essentially just an update to our planning regs. And we knew that they were outdated. We knew they needed an update. We knew that planning took way too long to develop a land use plan for a local area. It was taking sometimes 10 years or longer. So we actually reached out to our friends at the Forest Service who had just gone through a change of their own planning regulations. And we said, what is it? What did you find? You've been through a multi-year process. What was your fundamental learning that we should start with? And they said the most illogical thing, which is you need to add another step to your work. And that step is starting each process with a values-based discussion. Before you get to the point where you ask every entity what their resource need is, that you get everyone in a room and you say, this is your town. These are your public lands. This is your community writ large. Look across the room and see each other. And can we, over the course of a succession of evenings or days, talk about the values that are most important to us in this town, in this county, in this state, in this region? And by starting there, they were able to move much, much faster because there was so much less fighting along the way. There was so many fewer conflicts that needed to be unstrung. So, I think I see the Department of the Interior doing a lot of this similar work today, and the BLM heading in this direction, and I'm so excited about that. And I wonder if we don't need that kind of level of conversation about our public lands so that the American people can have easier access not only to the public lands themselves, but to understand how they're managed. Because I think it can be pretty tricky to look out on that landscape and understand the different agencies.
Could I add a point that some people have probably thought I was a crackpot forever suggesting this, Neil, but I'd love to hear your take on it. I've never talked to you about it. If you look at the Forest Service, if you look at the Park Service, if you look at all these other public land agencies, they are regionalized. The BLM is politicized because every single state has its own director. There is a borderline going down through an ecosystem where on one side it might be treated one way and the other side it might be treated differently because of who the US senators are in power in those states. I always felt that the system that the BLM had was really designed to let the US senators and congressmen run the agency instead of the directors of the states. And when I looked at the Park Service and these other outfits that were regionalized and had to look at things in sort of a bio-regional way, they seem to work better. They don't seem to have quite so much political pressure on them. Of course, they're not the big money makers, but still, if you really want to do some far range thinking, should the BLM still have state borders as their natural empires? That's what I would call it. Each little state has an empire for the BLM, and each little state operates slightly in a different way. I think that's not good. I think they need to look at ecosystems. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think that's a great question, Jim. And I will just say before I get directly to answering that I think co-location is as important as anything when it comes to interior agencies and other partners being in the same place. I think it can take literally years off a process if folks can meet at the corner and have a coffee and work things out, as opposed to spending 6 months drafting a letter in response to something. So I would just say as an example, in Reno, Fish and Wildlife Service and the BLM are co-located in the same facility in Sparks, actually. They can walk down the hall and sort things out. In New Mexico, where you're sitting, BLM's in Santa Fe, I believe Fish and Wildlife Services in Albuquerque. There are more letters that go back and forth, and we saw that on projects like like Sunzia, where it was much longer and drawn out because of a lack of co-location. But Jim, I think I thought a lot about your question when I was at the agency, and sort of the conclusion that I came to a little bit too late was the agency does have regions, right? They're just called states, but the Oregon State office is Oregon and Washington. California office is California and Hawaii. New Mexico is New Mexico, Oklahoma, and I think Texas. Wyoming covers Nebraska. There are very few states that are actually states unto themselves. So, I think it's a choice that the agency can make as to what they want to call themselves. And I do think there may be some efficacy to thinking about the regional title.
Yeah, I really believe that's something that ought to be looked at, but I also know the kind of political fight that would happen. And I don't have a lot of hope that it will happen, but it ought to be considered, if not for all the states, at least for some of the energy producing states and states that have borders that are should be invisible. They really should be. I remember dealing with California BLM. I felt like I was an outsider. I don't feel that California ever felt that they had to answer to anybody. I don't think that Utah ever felt they had to answer to anybody because they had their own little systems in place. And it's not that they were all bad, because they weren't, but I didn't see that much coordination or that much attention being paid to what was going on in Washington, because there were powerful senators involved and powerful politicians and powerful extractive industries. And I think that's really hurt BLM's ability to manage like the Park Service or the Forest Service or any of the other agencies.
Yeah, and that's part of why I like this idea of a new public land commission or something along those lines, because I think, Jim, that the agency ends up dealing with a lot of problems on its own. Right? Not on, you've identified one of many, I think. But if people could be invited to a table to say, okay, here are the real life challenges, and here are the laws that are in front of us, the regulations, the lanes that we've been given an opportunity to travel, do they match up? I think some of this, I think all these things deserve a hard conversation. So Jim, if I could toss a question to you? It's been a couple decades since you were in the seat. Do you have a couple? Is there something you're most proud of during those years? Think something that was very public or not very public?
Well, we didn't get much done in my short tenure, but I think one example of things that could be done system-wide for the BLM was the attempt that we had at grazing reform back in 1995, I guess it was, where you brought in experts from every state in grazing. And they actually tried to come up with a fair way of setting grazing fees depending on the ecosystems that you're in, and finding out what was the best science to use on kinds of grazing lands. I think that started going a long way towards solving some of these problems that we're seeing increasing desertification in the West.
We might have Jim frozen, Neil. So maybe we can turn that same question to you. What is something that you feel that you accomplished during your time that you are most proud of? I know we heard some reference to National Monument this morning, but I didn't know if you want to expound on that or some of the other initiatives.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that I was so proud to work with all my colleagues on, and some of those are renewable energy. I was excited to hear the discussion this morning of 17,000 gigawatts that you're pushing on. I think we were able to get Congress set a target, some ambitious targets for the agency in the early days, and we met and exceeded them. I think we eventually got past about 15,000 megawatts, which was really exciting. And through the amazing work of people like Janaea Scott, who's back at the department, we're able to do a all of government approach where people were literally sitting down together week after week after week, coming up with solutions, which was really inspiring. Sage-grouse planting, Nada, no one understands that better than you. Looking west-wide, to Jim's thought about regional priorities, that was really hard, really cumbersome. There's got to be better ways to do it, but that will not be the last time that the agency needs to think across the entire western region. National monuments were, it was exciting to see President Obama step forward in those spaces, and Bears Ears, I think will be proudest of my whole life to be involved in. Basin and Range National Monument was really special. San Juan Islands, Fort Ord, there were really a lot of unique stories that went into each one of those. And then, I think there are huge energy questions that we were just at the front of trying to engage with, reforming the oil and gas program. There was a huge backlog of outdated regulations, just the undergirding of the oil and gas program that took up a huge amount of our capacity to redo and renew and bring into the modern era. And then in the last year or so, we were able to start to tackle some questions around the coal program. And all of these are, the nation wasn't talking about climate change in such a clear-throated way back then, but it is now. And I think they were all sort of early steps in that dialogue. So I'm really excited, Nada, to see you and the team, really jumping into some of these hard topics.
Yeah, I think one of the differences for us is we do right now, we have a very clear mandate from the president. Some of his first actions were these executive orders on climate change, and that really is driving a lot of our work. And then, of course, his initial memo on improving nation-to-nation relationships with tribes. And that's really informing so much of what we're doing. And I am interested in your thoughts of how that is evolving. As you probably know, we're doing listening sessions this week and last week on updating our renewable energy program to meet this challenge. And maybe that is part of what we've learned, is to start with that discussion. It is, I'm not sure it counts quite as a values-based discussion, because obviously those who are, but I think it does. Those who are participating are talking about their values in terms of climate change and how we address renewable energy and how we balance that with other concerns, be it environmental justice or other resources. So is that, do you see that as evolving of how we're approaching? To me, I see that as evolving of how we're approaching having these initial discussions before we, as you all were saying, just put something out for comment. But I am struck that we are addressing a lot of the issues you were addressing, Neil, and to Jim's point of us not making progress. I like to think we are making progress, that we've learned from the renewable energy efforts we did 10 years ago and are moving on. And would love both of your thoughts on if that is helpful to have these, initial discussions before we dive into the specifics. It might take some more time, but it also might be more efficient as we've socialized some of our thoughts and heard what people are looking to see.
Yeah. Jim, I don't know if you were back to hear that whole thing, but I'm happy to give the floor to you.
No, we're having some internet problems here in the neighborhood, which is very unusual. So sorry about that.
Got it. Well, I'll jump in and please jump in at any time. But Nada, it has been wonderful to see you taking that step to just get out early. And I think there is, it can look simple from the outside about, well, of course they should do that kind of thing, but there is a cumbersome nature to moving a government agency and some of the things that need to be done. So my hat is off to you for doing what you're doing, make it look so graceful as you do it. But I think that those, I think as you were talking about, building those relationships and being being true partners to all the communities that the BLM knows and works with. And that's where I think about resources and staffing and how and why the BLM needs so much more support. If you're going to have, it takes time to, as one former director used to say, have the relationship before you need it. And in order to go out and build that relationship, you need the time and the freedom to be there for people. And I don't know that that's always the case based on the existing allocation of resources. So.
But I would like to go back to ask you all a couple of questions to compare and contrast. So getting to a little bit of what we've discussed, the BLM does work with so many partners, other federal agencies, states, private landowners, and it's very difficult to make decisions that don't impact all of those. So I was wondering, from each of your perspectives, if you how did you approach working with those folks on this broader scale? You mentioned sage grouse, so maybe you want to mention that some more. But are there examples where you felt that really worked well, and other lessons you might have learned for all of us to hear going forward? Jen, do you want to start?
Yeah, you could actually work pretty well with some of the state land commissioners around the West and the Pueblos, pretty much, because I think Bureau of Indian Affairs would get involved. And then I worked with the Pueblos in New Mexico pretty well because I knew them, and I worked with them as state land commissioner. I think the Bureau of Land Management had an awful lot of employees that could see a big picture, even back then. And they've always had that. They've always had good people working for them. And I think they did the best they could in working with everybody else. There's some groups that, even the extractive industries, I think at some point, except for the higher political levels, you could actually work with them to work out some pretty good solutions to problems that might be going on. And I give credit for that to the people on the ground. A lot of the people on the ground were just very, very professional, and they really knew their stuff. So hopefully that continues. You could work with the other agencies, the Park Service and everybody else. The land trades always seemed to go pretty smooth when I was there. And I don't know what your experience was, Neil, but I think those land exchanges where land offices and private entities and folks all teamed up to do three-way trades and stuff, that usually was pretty interesting to work on, and actually good results for everybody. So
yeah, we specifically on land trades, I think that has become less common over the years. But I would say, and Nada, to your larger point about working things out and working with people, and one of my strongest memories of working at BLM was during the sage grouse effort. It really just comes down to people, right? People building relationships and trusting each other. And we worked on sage grouse for about 3 years straight. And during that time, every 6 weeks, like clockwork, we would have a meeting somewhere in the West where Fish and Wildlife Service, every relevant governor's office, BLM, Forest Service would sit around a giant table, usually in some awful windowless conference room near a hotel or near an airport. And we would try to hash things out for 2 or 3 days. And so, I think the first day was always rough because everyone had been back in the corners and working on a lot of different things and headed in different directions, partially due to the different priorities that the different authorizing legislation gives the agencies. But by day 2, we were always back in it and pushing forward and finding pathways. And I think there were a lot of things that made the sage grouse process possible, but that was definitely one of them, was the in-person time. And which makes me think about the recent announcement last week to the NADA, where you're pulling the headquarters back to DC, which I think is so important given your relationship with Congress and the rest of the administration. being there on equal footing. But also I love the choice to continue having a Western headquarters still, as the largest public land management agency in the country. It only makes sense that you would also have a Western footprint where you can bring people together. These types of big conversations that we had during the Sage-Grouse effort, and the many, many challenges you have ahead of you over time. I still scratch my head about Grand Junction being the choice, given that it's you can barely get there from anywhere in terms of flights.
Right.
But the concept as a whole, I'm a huge fan of. So I want to compliment the team for making the bold decision that you did.
Yeah.
Thank you. Duly noted comments. And we're looking forward to continuing to expand on the approach and see how we can really use it to support the BLM's function. There's a lot of potential there, as you noted, Neil, and we're excited about that opportunity. Jim, did you want to say something?
Nada, I'm really happy to see this movement back to Washington, but I'm a little bit concerned, and maybe somebody can enlighten me as to how we're going to find a way to get these employees back that all left the BLM. And that was a great brain drain, it seemed to me. Will they come back? I guess that's the big question, or will they stay wherever they went? Any comments?
One thing that has been consistent since the rather abrupt relocation and the loss of so many people is we do have a lot of vacancies, and we're looking forward to starting to move forward to fill those, and making the BLM someplace people really want to work, whether it's in the Western headquarters or the national headquarters in DC. Really hoping that that will help us fill our vacancies with really excited people, people with experience and people who are new and excited about the BLM to start their careers. But we have a lot of options.
Yeah. Well, I certainly hope that you can recruit those folks and maybe go to the universities and start a whole new generation of leaders. And I have a lot of faith in these young people that might be coming to work for you. I think they get it. I think they know what's going on, and they're going to have to deal with it long after we're gone about what's going on. So I'm hopeful. I really am. Last week, my wife and I, Bobby, went on a 2,600-mile road trip through the West. And we saw a lot of BLM lands, a lot of forest lands. We went through Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, New Mexico, Idaho. And it was a real test for my Tesla. And we never once ran out of juice. I want you to know that. Even in these Western states, they have chargers. But you really begin to understand, and I had forgotten, I hadn't taken a trip like that, about the large, seemingly empty expanses of the Western United States that is controlled by our federal land management agencies. It's dramatic. And I wish everybody could look at it in the way that all of a sudden I rediscovered it last week. It was really something to behold, going across southern Wyoming and seeing these beautiful landscapes again. I wish everybody could see it like that and see how important it is to the future of the United States.
So if we have a second, Nada, I was wondering if I could turn the tables for just a second and ask you a question. In my years in the agency, as I looked out into the world and sometimes was looking for not only an outside perspective, but experts on the BLM and what it is and what it does. You were always top of the list for me, Nada. You understood the agency and its operations in ways that probably no one else in the world did. And so I always felt very lucky to get your perspective on things. And so I wonder, as you've gone inside the agency now, if there's been any surprises for you, what were your expectations versus, when you got in there, what did you find?
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that. You're breaking up.
Oh, sorry, Jim. Neil was asking me what surprises I found when I joined the BLM from the inside after spending so many years working with the BLM from various other positions and perspectives. Yeah. And the first surprise was how many acronyms there were that I didn't know. I thought I really was fluent, in BLM, and
still don't
I
know
think
them.
I am, but there were still more. And what that represented is, the incredible machinery that is operating behind the scenes to keep everything going, from offices to personnel. Also, how challenging it is to hire. We've heard a lot that we are missing out on people because it takes us a long time. We hire through some challenging procedures, and that was something really that I was surprised at how challenging it was. And I'm glad to say we are trying to work with some organizations that can help people navigate with us. But that was some of the biggest surprise was that, even if we had the commitment and the time and the funding, it can still be challenging to hire and fill all of the processes and obligations. And also, frankly, what we paid people who worked on fires. So there was a recent initiative started with the president and now the BLM and other agencies to really address how people who fight fires, which is becoming a year-round thing, and takes so much time and power and people, that those were all seasonal folks and that they were paid in a certain way, and that makes it really difficult for us to support them as part of our team. So that was one of the surprises, and I guess those are rather technical surprises. The other thing that was a good surprise was that people were willing to talk to me after I darkened their doors for years with lists and lists of demands and fabulous ideas. That so many people at the BLM were willing to keep talking to me and reach out to me, be it on many of our internal processes or meetings. And so that was actually a welcome surprise that I felt like there really is a desire to move forward and to have some clear mandates that everyone can get behind. So that was kind of the nicest surprise.
Neil, I kind of envied you when you took office because you had a lot of experience in the federal government already. I was just some hick coming from New Mexico that had never worked for the federal government, although my wife was a career Forest Service agency employee. And I tell you what, I was just lost. I was lost for 6 months. I was reading the FLIPMA Act. I was reading all this other stuff. And I just couldn't keep it all separated sometimes and figure out how they interacted with each other. It's almost like many of our folks that come from the nonprofit agencies, the non-governmental organizations that come into the federal government, they have a lot to absorb. And then they have a lot of responsibilities to get things going quickly. So I think it probably helps to have a little federal government experience, at least with the NGOs. If you're in charge of federal government relationships and stuff, you'd probably have an easier time of it. I was used to working on state lands. We didn't quite have all of the rules and regulations that the feds did. So it was hard for me. It really was. And getting experienced people into these positions right at the outset is really important. And getting them to work as fast as possible. That's why I'm concerned about the BLM still not having a permanent director. They really need to confirm her and get it done.
Yeah. Well, Jim, I think I was fortunate to be able to draft behind other people at the agency for a couple of years and get myself up to speed a little bit. So I didn't have to come in totally fresh. But I was also super, super lucky to have an amazing team to work with. Steve Ellis had a long career at the BLM and Forest Service and was a great partner. Linda Lance, who I will miss forever, was an enormous talent. And people like Jenna Whitlock just really, stood with the president's priorities, stood with leadership and, didn't just help guide the ship, they guided the ship. Right. That was one of the things that I really tried to lean into was making sure that career leadership was front and center, and that it was an integrated team, and it was.
So I have a suggestion too, Neil, and I'd love to hear your feelings about it. And that is, things are going to be so much different in the next 50 years. Because of climate change, because of everything else that's going on. We worry about our firefighters, and I don't know of any fire that was ever stopped just by firefighters. The weather is a big part of it, and the weather could cooperate a lot sometimes. That's not going to happen much anymore. And is there, Nada, is there any efforts within the Department of Interior and other public land management agencies to figure out a new way of doing things, given what we're facing with climate change and stuff? Because I don't think the old ways are going to work very much anymore. I really don't. Not just on firefighting, but on a lot of things. On water issues, watershed management, everything else, things are going to be different. And what's being done to kind of look that far into the future? I know the 30 by 30 plan is big. I sit on the board of the Weiss Foundation, and we've done a lot of work on 30 by 30. I hope that the federal government looks at what the NGOs are doing, coming up with some of these new ideas, and embraces them and starts some real think tanks on figuring out how we're going to do this stuff in the future.
Yeah, it is, changing landscape in every way, right? From climate to also the priorities that we're, privileged to be implementing, things like the America the Beautiful, and focusing on climate change and focusing on tribal leadership. These are, all new things. So I think it's been great. And we are looking at, for fire, of course, we can't just be responsive to the fire. And I would say our fire program is now becoming more proactive. So, and looking at that. And I think we're doing that with so many resources. How do we plan ahead? And as we, look at science of what's changing on the ground and how do we respond? But there's a lot of that, I think, in the discussions around the ideas of 30% of lands and waters being conserved by 2030, of how do we address what Neil mentioned right at the beginning, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis. Those are proactive actions, and that does really change the tenor of the discussion instead of just being so responsive, and gives us a chance to look out in the long term. I did want to ask you both about something we're starting up for the BLM, which is our BLM Foundation that was authorized in legislation quite a few years ago, but was never stood up. And we're working now to identify some board members and get the foundation formally running, and would love to hear your thoughts on the value of that. And, Jim, you mentioned other agencies, and BLM didn't have a foundation, but others do. And what kind of goals you see and what a difference this foundation could make. So, Neil, I know you were involved in it a lot. I don't know if you want to start us off.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. Very exciting, Nada, that you're pushing forward with the foundation and looking to get it launched. The idea when we were working on the legislation around this was, was pretty fundamentally based on the idea that the more oars you have in the water, the further you can travel. And sometimes BLM is left on its own, and to solve really hard questions. And so, the hope was that there could be a external entity that would be supportive of the organization, could also maybe, find new pathways for the agency to explore, but also find ways for the agency to grow in its mission and in its activities. So, there's amazing organizations like the National Forest Foundation, the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, that do extraordinary work across the country on the lands with the agencies, for the agencies sometimes. And I can't think of a team that deserves that kind of support more. So, we knocked on doors for a few years to see if we could build some interest in that piece, and I was super proud to get it passed before the end of the Obama administration. So, really cool that you're lifting that up and going to stand it up in earnest.
I lost audio again. I'm sorry, but the question was about the BLM Foundation.
Yeah, I'm just interested in your thoughts for the opportunities for the foundation. There, as Neil noted, there is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. There's the Parks Foundation, the National Forest Foundation. They have pretty more narrow mandates, I would say. The BLM Foundation was created with some specific items referenced conservation, wild horses and burros, but there's also some very broad language that we can do anything really in our multiple use sustained yield mandate with the foundation. So was interested in your all thoughts on priorities for that and how it could work best to help us.
I would have to say that my priorities were that the foundation focus mainly on good science for the foundation, for the BLM, that they support science and research and factual kinds of things. You can do a lot of do good things, but I think science has been under such attacks lately that foundations really ought to concentrate on making people believe in science again. And especially for the BLM, I think that's important on protection of landscapes and watersheds in the West. I really do.
Thanks. One other, hopefully not a stumper question that I wanted to mention. When I've been speaking a lot lately about, for instance, America the Beautiful or changes to the grazing regulations, wild horses and burros, energy, what always comes up is, these are all parts of our multiple use and sustained yield mission, and we tend to shorthand that as multiple use. I do get really interesting comments and questions about what about sustained yield? Where does that fit in? I think, Neil, you and I talked about this a lot in the past when our roles were somewhat reversed, but would love to hear how your thinking has evolved there. And Jim, what you might have done in wrestling with that kind of and part of the BLM's mission.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank you for the question. Yeah, thanks, Jim. It was something that I talked about a lot when I was on the stump for the BLM about how important it is to say the full sentence, multiple use and sustained yield. If you go to FLETMA to nerd out here, I think it's in section 103, it gives you the mission, gives you the definitions, and all 5 words I think matter. That the use comes with the yield, and the sustainability of all of that matters at an essential level. And so I think when sage grouse popped up as a major crisis that needed to be solved, I looked hard at that language and was thinking, how much of this crisis belongs to the Bureau of Land Management, right, and some of our prior decisions. And I do think that part of it comes back to maybe forgetting those last 3 words in the mission, the and sustained yield, because the agency is required to bring a sustained high or annual level, essentially output of renewable resources. And one of those resources that's under the keep of the agency is wildlife habitat. And there are so many others, recreational resources, lots of other pieces. So I would just encourage everyone, and there's a toddler in the background again, sweet little guy. I just encourage everyone to add those 3 words in when you're talking about the agency, because I think until the agency embraces the sustained yield part of the mission, that it's only halfway to the goal line.
And you think it encompasses conservation and recreation as well as other quote unquote resources?
Nada, I'm having a lot of internet problems here. I'm probably going to have to sign up because I can't hear.
Yeah, anything. I think we'll wind it up, Jim. Thank you.
And I'm really sorry about this. Usually we have just spectacular internet here, so I don't know what's going on. So I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I really want to wish the BLM the best of luck. It can be a very important agency for the future of this country, especially in the West. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks, Jim. Any parting words for us, Neil? And then we'll let you go deal with the multiple use sustained yield of fatherhood.
I will echo my well wishes and my thanks to the amazing team that you work with every day, Nada. Thank you for your leadership in particular over the last many months, just jumping in there and some really hard questions. And I think the task is 75 years and 200 years out. Right? I think there are really tremendously long timelines that it absolutely makes sense to grapple with every day. What an extraordinary opportunity to do so. So wish you well and good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. And thanks all for listening to our conversation and our technical challenges and our multitasking challenges. And, I think we're going to give folks a break so they can get lunch or afternoon snack, depending which time zone you're on right now. And we'll be coming back for our last panel on America the Beautiful at 3-ish Eastern. So thanks so much, everyone. Thanks, Neil.
Hello, and welcome back to our online symposium celebrating the anniversary of the Bureau of Land Management, 75 years. I'm Ed Shepard, president of the Public Lands Foundation. The PLF is the national membership organization that advocates for the retention of Americans' public lands in public hands, professionally and sustainably managed for the responsible use and enjoyment of the American public. The public lands that we focus on are those that are managed by the BLM. I've enjoyed sitting in to the earlier panels and listening to the discussions of former bosses and friends that I've had the opportunity to come across in my many years working with the BLM. Before we return to the program, I'd like to take a minute to thank those that have supported this program and the opportunity to provide the streaming service free to the public. Our thanks to the BNSF Foundation, Conservation Lands Foundation, Berkeley Institute for Parks, People, and Biodiversity, Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, and the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. The support and involvement of these organizations has been instrumental in bringing you this program. And of course, we also want to thank the staff of the BLM who have worked tirelessly with us to provide this opportunity. We congratulate them on their hard work and look forward to the future of the public lands. And I'd also like to thank Courtney Lyons Garcia and George Stone with PLF, who have worked hard behind the scenes to make this happen. And now I'm going to turn this over to our moderator, Elaine Braun, who will be leading our final panel, America the Beautiful. Elaine is a longtime friend and co-worker, and we share a lot in common, both having been born and raised in New England, she in Maine and me in Massachusetts. Elaine started her career with the BLM in 1979 after working with the National Park Service and the Peace Corps. For BLM, she worked in several states and in several programs, including California, Eastern States, Arizona, and the Washington office, where she was the founding director of the newly formed National Conservation Land System. Elaine retired from BLM as the state director for Oregon and Washington, another thing that we have in common. She is an inaugural member and emeritus trustee of the Conservation Lands Foundation, and she's also a member of the Public Lands Foundation. So Elaine, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ed. I really appreciate that. As you can see, my passion for public lands is long lasted over many years, and my continued participation in the future management of public lands continues through the Conservation Lands Foundation and the Public Lands Foundation both. And it's been very enriching to me. I think that BLM is a very diverse, rich, and truly amazing organization to work for and to have for this country's welfare. It's complex, but it is also very exciting work to do. I'd like to just give a short word of compliment to Secretary Babbitt, who had the vision to highlight BLM's conservation mission into the National Conservation Lands Program for BLM. And being the founding member, it got me to really get involved with Secretary Babbitt's mission. And the fact that over 40 million acres has been protected in conservation for ecological, recreation, and indigenous cultural resources over the length and perpetuity. This is really a strong piece of not only the multiple use, but the sustainability for BLM's mission. And I know that if you've been following the program all day, you're probably tired. It's after lunch for most of you. So I'm just going to beg you to sit tight and wait for this, because we have an exciting panel that I want to introduce. These people have such diverse and rich involvement with public land management and with the BLM. And so I just want to introduce them very quickly, but I want them to share with you when I introduce them what drew them to their work and what excites them most about the future impact of their work on public lands. So I'd like to start with Lee Kelly. She's a 5th generation ranch kid on the central coast of California. So Lee, why don't you tell them all about yourself? You have an exciting background.
Sure. Thank you, Elaine, and thank you for having me today. As you said, I grew up on the central coast of California in 5 generations, and I made my way to Montana. And as luck would have it, I ended up in the Blackfoot Valley. And for the last 7 years, I've sat on the board of the Blackfoot Challenge and have got to witness the extremely cooperative, landowner-led, conservation-based work that gets done when communities can come together. And what primarily motivates me is keeping landscapes open and leaving something better for the next generation.
All right. Thank you, Lee. We're looking forward to hearing more from you here shortly. The next panelist I'd like to introduce is Arthur Middleton. He's a PhD assistant professor of wildlife management at the University of California, Berkeley. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine, and thanks to the Public Lands Foundation for asking me to join. I'm excited about this. I grew up in the coast of South Carolina and kind of immersed in the marshes and the estuaries there, and that abundance of, shrimp and crabs and fish and the creeks and kind of just the abundance of life and of wildlife. And I think that experience really has always propelled me forward in looking for ways to be connected with wildlife and with other living things. And so that ended me up in a career as a wildlife ecologist and now a professor teaching wildlife ecology and management. And I think what continues to be important to me, what's become more and more important to me, is the connection between people and wildlife. I grew up having that. I know how important it is, and now I see that in a lot of the landscapes and settings where I work. So how do we recognize that, cultivate that, and then build kind of collaborations and initiatives around that and support them with science to help steward and protect landscapes. And so that's really, I guess, where my passion is. And thanks again for having me.
All right. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing from you shortly also. The next person I'd like to introduce is Laurel Harkness, who's the Executive Director, Society of Outdoor Recreation Professionals. Hi, welcome. Oops, I think
here.
Okay, there you are.
Hi. Thanks for having me, Elaine. I'm honored to be here celebrating this special occasion. So yeah, I'm with the Society of Outdoor Recreation Professionals, and what drew me to the outdoor recreation profession was merely just having access at an early age to mountain biking in the Sierra Nevada. Grew up and in college, I pretty much majored in whitewater kayaking and found thanks, Mom and Dad, but found my way into river guiding and was a guide for many years on the Rogue River, the BLM managed Rogue River for many years. Caught the wave of telecommuting very early on. So 20 years ago, I relocated from an urban area to the rural community of Mount Shasta, California, in the very far north. We've got outdoor recreation outside our doorstep, and it's integral to the economy of our local community. So I accidentally fell into outdoor recreation advocacy. I've worked in whitewater advocacy, backcountry skiing, mountain biking advocacy, and now I advocate for one of the most important components of the constellation that is outdoor recreation, which are the humans that actually manage recreation resources. And so that's how I got into the profession anyway. What continues to excite me and what motivates me for the future really is as I grow to understand my own privilege in my access to the outdoors and the places that I have around me, the equipment to experience that. I recognize that There's deficiency, obviously, in many communities. Most people don't have that kind of privilege or in access. And so I'm pretty determined to work with all of you, work with BLM, work with all of the partners out there to remove those barriers.
All right, thank you, Laurel. Next person I want to introduce is Justin Sirachi. He's a PhD lead scientist for Conservation Science Partners. Welcome, Justin.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, thanks for having me, Elaine, and thanks to the Public Lands Foundation for putting this on. So I originally have a background in wildlife ecology and conservation, and I was drawn to that work both through sort of a love of natural open spaces and the diversity of species they support, I think like a lot of folks on this call, and also through an appreciation of the sort of growing imperative to balance the needs of people on the landscape with the needs of wildlife, and to sort of balance the growing human footprint with the need for high quality wildlife habitat and the ability for animals and other species to move across the landscape and do what they need to do to survive. And so these days, in addition to wildlife conservation work, I'm also involved in a bunch of projects centered around spatial planning, and specifically centered around the idea of balancing multiple objectives again. So in this case, conservation objectives for things like mitigating climate change and mitigating biodiversity loss. And I'm quite motivated moving forward to use this idea of science-based approaches to balancing multiple objectives to identify the sort of best places on the land for future conservation and to protect for future generations.
All right, thank you, Justin. You have a lot to show us here while we're on this panel, so I'm looking forward to that. And the last person, fifth, is Lan Tawney, who's one of our sponsors as the president and CEO of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and he's a longtime partner to BLM and other wild space organizations. So welcome, Lan. If you could give us a few words about yourself, that'd be great.
Sure. Elaine, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here today. Thanks for the Public Lands Foundation for helping put this on. The presentations today have been absolutely awesome, especially from the secretary early, but also going through kind of the tribal presentations, as well as Mr. Cornsey and kind of the directors. Just want everybody to know I'm here in Missoula, Montana. This is the ancestral grounds of the Salish, and I think about them often, especially when I'm out seeing Bitterroots. But how I got into this, it's very typical for a lot of hunters and anglers. I grew up hunting and fishing with my family, and I was on my dad's back from the time I could, be in a backpack, and he was fly fishing. I was chasing him up steep mountains after elk before I could even carry a gun. And I was in the duck blind, watching these birds descend upon the early morning sloughs before I could even pull the trigger on a shotgun. So came to it honestly, got a wildlife biology degree from the University of Montana here in Missoula. Some folks earlier said, go Grizz, and I'll do that again, go Grizz. And then that led me to working for the Theodore Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, who is also one of the sponsors, then on to the National Wildlife Federation, and now here at Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And so, we're working every single day to make sure that folks have access to public lands and waters and the quality fish and wildlife habitat when you get there. So it's super motivating. There's some BLM ground that is brand new that they just got from the Nature Conservancy that I hunted grouse on this weekend. There was earlier this summer, we floated the Upper Missouri Breaks with some staff. And what I love about those opportunities is they're available to all. And so what am I excited about, I think, is expanding. I think Laurel said it, expanding those opportunities and making them so they really, truly are open to all. But then also what I'm excited about is we did a cleanup, and it wasn't of Bureau of Land Management land, but it was some Forest Service land earlier in the week. We had a bunch of college kids show up. So a bunch of freshman college kids. One of them came from Massachusetts, Andrew. And, Andrew's eyes are wide open right now about the opportunities that are public lands and public waters. And I'm so excited about this next generation of conservation leaders and just, what they're going to bring to the table and the challenges that they will still have, but also the solutions that they will find.
All right, thank you very much. And you're bringing up my next point, Land, is that with the work that BLM is facing, there are some very real emerging and current situations that are critical for the future of our lives as citizens in this country, and our country is at stake in terms of biodiversity loss, fragmentation of habitat, just a whole lot, climate change, fires, all of this. So I want to start with you, Arthur, if you could talk a little bit about the emphasis that BLM has been working on very recently on migratory corridors and habitat and fragmentation issues that is on the landscape due to the multiple use and human impact that continues and has been happening. And maybe you could give us some insight here. How can we reconcile the BLM's desire and needs to do restoration, conservation, with the continued demands that are placed upon it regarding renewable energy, rare earth for lithium batteries? I mean, there's a whole multitude of new needs because technology is changing, solar, whatever. And so maybe you can speak to that a little bit and how BLM might look at that.
Sure, thanks, Elaine. And I appreciate the chance to talk about this issue. I was really excited to see wildlife habitat and migratory corridors specifically called out as an early opportunity in the America the Beautiful report from the administration, and couldn't agree more that it is. I think there's a lot of opportunity kind of immediately before us and around us on it. That said, before diving in a bit to the weeds on corridors, I just want to kind of zoom out and in the spirit of some of what you just said and acknowledge the broader scope of what BLM's responsibility is, so that I can then make my pitch why this issue of corridors deserves special emphasis. I mean, just as a partner to BLM and as an observer of BLM's work, I'm just totally humbled and stupefied by the responsibility that this agency has and the complexity of the job. So we got 1/10 of the U.S. land base, and this obligation under law to balance recreation, cultural values, ecological values, economic values and opportunities, and more. And each of those itself encompasses this huge array of different kinds of activities and values and stakeholders. And so there's just so much coming at this agency's leaders and personnel all the time, and priorities coming and going. And then here's wildlife habitat and migratory corridors as sort of but one consideration in that context. I do think it's an important one, and I do think there's a lot of opportunity here. And it's partly because the world's changed around the Bureau of Land Management. So we face a biodiversity crisis that we didn't face, through the whole history of this agency, and one that science tells us, broadly speaking, can only be averted if we protect and steward enough habitat by area that's well connected enough for species to be present in diversity and abundance, and to migrate and disperse and to recolonize new habitats. And so now I want to kind of dive into the corridors issue and talk specifically about ungulate or hoofed mammal movements and migrations and corridors because they're really important. And what I hope is that even though this is somewhat of a narrow focus, that this kind of holds lessons for how we can think about wildlife habitat more broadly in the context of everything BLM has to balance. And so one of the reasons you're hearing, and the BLM is hearing so much about migration corridors, particularly for big game or ungulates lately, is this revolution in satellite tracking and remote sensing that has shown us these are more widespread, and these are really critically important to the productivity and abundance of these populations in ways that we didn't fully understand before. And so in the U.S. West, we think of like elk, mule deer, pronghorn antelope, bighorn sheep, moose, bison. These are our migratory ungulates in the West, and they're really important. And I think me and Justin can sort of fly the ecology flag here and say, these species are important to food webs. They are what lots of other species eat. They affect patterns of vegetation growth in their landscapes. And so, you know, you can think of, I work a lot in the Yellowstone ecosystem. The wildlife don't stay in that park most of the year. They move far outside of it. And we've got, you know, all of the species I just mentioned making up to 200-mile migrations out into the surrounding landscape. And those migrations to get food and shelter different times of the year are why they can be abundant. And they are why we can recover, you know, wolves and grizzly bears and have all these other predators and scavengers and that kind of system. And of course, then you think of the wildlife watching and the hunters and the sportsmen who move around and, you know, leave their money behind in communities as they go to gawk at and appreciate and enjoy these phenomena and these species. And so that's sort of why you're hearing a lot about this, and I think why there's a lot of emerging kind of consensus that these are important to protect. And then on the other hand, there's the fact that they're land migrants. So these kinds of land migrants, they are stuck on the ground and they run into barriers and they are, you know, acutely experience all the stuff we put in their way and the ways we fragment habitat. And so you don't have to just take it from me. You can look at the International Convention on Migratory Species or the SO 3362 from the last administration, or states like Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico that are starting to have legislative and executive action on corridors. I think the BLM can do a lot of things at multiple scales. One that's underappreciated is helping with science and learning. So in Wyoming, where I do a lot of work, that state has an immense wealth of movement data. There's been a lot of discovery about these movements. A lot of that, an enormous amount of that, is because of the Bureau of Land Management. And it's because the BLM requires developers at different stages of planning. Well, the BLM itself requires developers to know what could be impacted by those activities. And so BLM has either required other folks to study these critters, or it has contributed to those studies itself. And so even though it's not thought of, you know, as primarily a research agency, it's responsible for a ton of the research that's happened. And I think that role can continue. A lot of it's too just field folks wanting to know the resource and grabbing a hold of scientists and other agency partners and studying those. Protections, the BLM can apply some of those conservation tools to the most sensitive habitats. Citing of, you know, projects, the BLM has the ability to ask that developers and recreationists and others avoid sensitive places and times with respect to things like corridors and seasonal ranges. It can require mitigation, specific technologies. It can require seasonal closures that avoid sensitive times and places. I'd say another big one is just stewardship and habitat enhancement. I've been really encouraged and inspired by some of the work around like Cody and Pinedale, Wyoming, where BLM field personnel are really in the leadership of initiatives to do fence mitigation or removal, to foster passage of wildlife. And so I think there's a lot of that kind of work that could be done. The BLM has, I think, probably hundreds of thousands of miles of fences on its land. Some of them aren't in use anymore, others are. So there's a lot of great work that can be done there. And I think lastly, I'd just say partnership. I mean, the BLM has this enormous ability to bring energy and maybe sometimes flexibility to kind of locally led efforts built around these kinds of resources. So kind of going into the weeds on the corridor specifically there, but what I hope is that, you know, some of those kinds of actions the BLM can take apply, you know, to other wildlife habitat considerations, other kinds of corridors like what Justin can talk to us about, and even cultural resources. So I'll leave it at that, but those are some thoughts on corridors.
All right, thank you, Arthur. You brought up so many points. I'm going to want the rest of the panel members to kind of integrate in terms of not only the partnerships, but the data piece which BLM has been very successful, you are absolutely right, in getting data from the military through their satellites, or even energy company engineers who can model the efficiency of transfer of energy, so they know where to site energy projects and that type of stuff for transmission. But before I get carried away here, I do want to ask Justin, speaking of data and the use of data and what you have done as a scientist and with your organization, the Conservation Lands Foundation is really looking forward and helping to sponsor your work, making it available to other people. So if you would talk about that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. I was hoping to do a bit of a show and tell today, actually, about some work that we at Conservation Science Partners have been doing, along with a whole slew of other supporting partners, trying to develop tools to aid in future conservation planning on BLM lands and other unprotected federal lands. Quickly note that this involves, as you already mentioned, the Conservation Lands Foundation, Wild Spaces Foundation, Campion Fund, Audubon Alaska. And so essentially what we've tried to do is to create a flexible tool in terms of a interactive web app, which I'm hoping to show everybody here in a minute for a quick preview, that we're hoping will help land managers and planners identify new landscapes for protection or conservation by identifying the acres with the highest sort of set of conservation values. And this work is motivated by the increasing calls from that Arthur already mentioned from the conservation and science community, noting that we need substantial increases in the amount of land protected or otherwise conserved in order to mitigate the worst impacts of climate change and also to mitigate the impacts of the current biodiversity crisis. And so this has led to ambitious goals for new land conservation. So the one everybody here is no doubt familiar with is the Biden administration's 30 by 30 objective to protect 30% of US lands by 2030. And so this is great, but there's a key sort of remaining challenge that we're hoping to at least partially address with this work, which is the need to balance multiple conservation objectives when citing any new protection. So you can imagine, so for any given landscape, the acres that might be the best for mitigating climate change, so for storing and sequestering carbon, for instance, are not necessarily going to be the same parts of the landscape that are optimal for protecting endangered species or for providing corridors for wildlife, for instance. So when doing this type of dramatically increasing the size of the protected areas of state, we're hoping that we can provide some additional tools to sort of target where these new protections would actually land. And I guess if it's okay with you, Elena, I'll go ahead and share my screen and try to show everybody this tool that we've developed. Yeah, let's see.
Yes, that would be great. You can walk us through it.
Yeah. Okay, you're all probably seeing yourselves right now, but I will switch over to this. So this is what we're calling the Climate Atlas, and this is the tool that I mentioned, this interactive web app. And so the way that this work has progressed is that we have tried to pull together a key set of ecological and environmental indicator variables, so things that identify points on the landscape that are going to be critical for particular conservation value. We map those across the U.S. We've got a set of 6 indicator variables that address both the climate change and the biodiversity side of conservation. So things like climate resilience, for instance, looks at the accessibility of current climate habitats in the future. So essentially how far do species have to move to achieve their current climate conditions. Total carbon is the amount of biomass and soil carbon currently stored on the landscape. So we've got a handful of indicators that are associated with mitigating the worst impacts of climate change, and then also several indicators that are focused on biodiversity and protecting or mitigating against future biodiversity loss. So this is, for instance, imperiled species richness, the number of threatened and endangered species that co-occur in a given area, Ecological intactness is the degree to which a landscape stays in an unmodified state. We've got something related to the points Arthur raised about corridors. This is a broader estimate of ecological connectivity, so the ability of a particular point on the landscape to facilitate movement of wildlife and other organisms. But I think the key aspect of this work that I really wanted to highlight today is that and what sets it apart from other efforts that I think have done similar things in terms of bringing together a bunch of spatial data sets that are relevant to conservation is that we've tried to make an effort to combine all of this information, all of these potentially conflicting conservation values into a single coherent set of measures of overall conservation value on the landscape. So we've developed a set of index models. So this is, for instance, our composite index model, which is showing, essentially taking all of those climate change and biodiversity relevant variables, sort of giving them all equal footing or equal influence in our analysis, and then highlighting the places across, in this case, the contiguous US that really are hotspots for multiple different conservation objectives. And worth noting that we're doing this work both in the contiguous US and also in Alaska, so covering, the large majority of the BLM's range. So we've got a few of these indices. This, again, composite index, combining all these different conservation values. We've also developed some models that look specifically at carbon and climate values. So these are the areas in the landscape that are going to presumably be most important for mitigating the worst impacts of climate change. Biodiversity index looks at places on the landscape that are going to be critical to protecting biodiversity and supporting movement of species across the landscape. And then the reason that we wanted to talk to this group specifically about this work is it's our belief and our understanding that to reach any of these substantial new protection targets that Biden administration and others have set out, public lands, and particularly the BLM, are going to be really critical. So increasing current protections or increasing protections on current BLM holdings is one potential part of the puzzle to reaching something like a 30 by 30 goal. So I'm going to go back to our general model of conservation value. And one of the features of this work that we've included is the ability to overlay all currently unprotected BLM lands. So these are all the lands that are not currently managed specifically for maintaining natural land cover. And the hope is that as BLM and other federal land managers are looking for specific places to increase their level of protection. So for instance, identifying areas with wilderness characteristics and then increasing the level of protection on those, they can use a tool like this to sort of focus those new protections in the place where a large number of conservation values overlap. So to continue to sort of facilitate that work, we've built in some functions where you can essentially click on a given BLM holding. So we're going to look at, I guess, the northern portion of the Medford Grants Pass field office here. Excuse me. You get a summary of the total land area and the total amount of carbon that's stored in that land area. And you also get this numerical breakdown of the number of acres in this particular holding that fall within the top 5, 10, or 20% of all unprotected federal lands as estimated by our 3 index models. So for instance, this particular BLM parcel has about 70,000 acres that are categorized as being really high value in terms of our composite index model of ecological value in the top 5% of all unprotected federal lands. At a slightly larger scale, we've also built in some functionality so that you can sort of filter to look at just those holdings that have acres in the top percentiles of these indices. So for instance, this 10% button will show you just the BLM polygons that have really high value acres. And again, in an attempt to facilitate sort of the movement of parcels from areas that are known to be of potential ecological value to areas of actual greater protection. We've built in a few pieces of context here in these map overlays. So for instance, you can look at BLM ACECs and lands with wilderness characteristics, overlaying those with not just the unprotected BLM lands, but also the underlying conservation values and the indicators. And so we see a couple of hopeful applications for this. So one is use by advocacy groups who know that there's a particular place on the landscape that they want to see protected. Say it's one of the identified ACECs here. This application can hopefully give them a little bit more sort of fuel for their argument in terms of identifying the specific underlying conservation values that are driving the importance of that particular area. So you could, imagine going to your favorite ACEC and looking at, for instance, the imperiled species richness that underlies it, or the carbon and climate value in terms of like total carbon, et cetera. And then we're also hoping that agencies like the BLM itself might be able to, again, use this to determine which sets of lands they might increase their protections on. So I will leave that there, and I will attempt to stop sharing screen. Here we go. And would love to talk about this with anybody sort of outside the context of today's panel. If anyone has questions about this, I'll drop my email address in the chat here, and we can take any thoughts people have.
Well, you just brought up another point that I should have said earlier on. I want the listening audience to feel free to make comments, ask questions on site. It will be collected and aggregated and either sent to those individuals that have specific questions, or BLM will get the whole list of compilation of categorical questions and comments that to be considered. So I do want you to participate. And Justin, just one question for me. How soon do you think this program will be available, and how will it be distributed? Do you have a thought on that yet?
Yeah, so we are working pretty closely with the Conservation Lands Foundation, who's a major supporter and player in developing this, so they're developing a set of sort of demos and information that will live alongside the app to give users a gentle introduction to all those things that I just kind of ran through at a rapid pace just now, hopefully give people a sense of how they would actually use this work in their own planning purposes. And all that is expected to be ready around mid-October. And so they should all be publicly available by then.
Soon. All right. Thank you very much. And, I want to talk to you, Lee, or have you talk to us. You live on this landscape adjacent to BLM and Forest Service and public lands, and have for a while. And you're also a community organizer in some sense, that participant. So I'd like you to talk to us about what that is like, what you see works well in that, environment. And what would you tell BLM in terms of how to improve that process, or what would take them into the future with that? And you can talk about Justin's data, where something like that would be helpful to groups like yourselves, or how that looks. So take it on.
Sure. Thank you. I'm always fascinated and humbled by how many brilliant people that are invested in the landscapes and the multitude of uses of what people want to see happening across our landscapes. So, like I said earlier, when I came to the Blackfoot Challenge, I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted, but I knew what I didn't want coming out of Central Coast to California with fragmentation and habitat loss and just substantial divisiveness. And what I appreciated about the community-based conservation was everybody kind of coming around the table, so to speak. And we didn't necessarily all share the same viewpoints, but it humanized the agency for sure. As BLM folks and FWS folks and TNC folks would all show up around that table, we found a lot of common ground. Maybe our kids were on the same sports teams or whatnot, but I think that helped all of us reach better understandings and humanize the folks within there. And you end up, when you're meeting in person with those folks, kind of really checking your egos at the door, so to speak. So my, just to kind of talk about on the ground type stuff, my primary responsibility is I manage a 10,000 acre allotment, grazing allotment that we run, depending on the year and the water resources, a couple hundred pair on, give or take. And currently those lands are owned by the Nature Conservancy and should be transitioning to the BLM. We also have some other smaller allotments with the BLM. And so on those landscapes, we're managing with grizzly bears, wolves, lynx, all sorts of great animals using the landscape. And when I look at our cattle herd, kind of how I see them is this massive roving movement of fire mitigation and fertilizer distribution and feeding America, frankly. And I think when I think about what BLM can do in the future is to get a little bit more invested in how we're going to continue to feed America and how livestock can be used on the landscape as a fire mitigation tool. I have to, throw in the disclaimer that there's folks that are great at their job and there's folks that aren't great at their job in every single industry. And like I said earlier, when I look at how we utilize our cattle as a tool, certain organizations we have some flexibility with. So maybe it's somewhere on the landscape that I know is primarily elk calving grounds. We can have a later turnout. Maybe we've done some prescribed fire on one end of our allotment and we would like to move to the opposite end of our allotment for turnout that year to let grass species have an opportunity to grow and change. And so I think one of the things that does make me nervous being a large allotment holder, and I shouldn't say large, we're probably pretty small in the grand scheme of things, is that when we move out of Nature Conservancy holding and into Bureau of Land Management, the flexibility becomes more difficult. We tend to put quite a few game cameras on our leases, and on those leases, it's pretty common to see at our stock water developments, grizzly bears come through, black bears come through, wolves come through, and all those patterns are interesting to see how the cattle will move through initially, and then you'll see the either grizzly or wolf next, and then the black bear's kind of the cleanup man in the back. And I think about how well all these species can complement one another when they're done well. BLM in our valley has done a tremendous job of getting some fire on the landscape in the last few years. And I think I absolutely know to create some resiliency for our communities. And there's been a good investment in looking at it as zones. Where do we let natural fire occur? And where do we really need to aggressively manage these landscapes to stop the massive fires, the air quality, and try and manage that to some extent. I think moving forward, I so appreciate listening to Arthur talk about habitat and movements and fence, and I appreciate hearing Land talk about the different types of uses on the landscape. We're seeing that happen a lot. There's a lot of old abandoned fence on our landscape, and we can all easily get behind, let's remove this. So I just really think that bringing everybody around the table and having some thoughtful conversation, just in listening to your presentation, and I couldn't get a close look at it, but wanting to really know how you could use this to complement other uses. Laurel, I suspect you may have the same thought process of how could that be used for also folks recreating on the ground. I'm thinking, how do you prioritize some of that land acquisition with how other uses can complement it? So I think, oh gosh, Justin would be a great person to bring into our valley, have him expose that model and that concept to our folks, see what other people in the room could contribute to ways that it could be used, and then be able to apply it. So I'll probably just stop there, but I think that I just so appreciate so many people being invested in it. And that's what I appreciate about the community-based conservation is I think we can all agree that we want good things to happen on that landscape for all the species and the folks that are going to utilize it.
I could not agree more. I've worked with a lot of ranchers that, like you say, they're good ranchers, and some that maybe are a little more passive than we would like. But I've seen a lot of restoration just by the ranching patterns and the movement of livestock, and a lot of really great things that occurred way before we came along, but now ranchers are actually helping to fix that, be part of the fix for that. So I thank you. And also the community base. It is amazing to me the successful planning efforts and results when communities and people who live right there get engaged, are dedicated to make it a better outcome, and bring all this data to robust modeling that occurs. So Justin, your stuff sounds very exciting, and I bet you there are a lot of people who are going to be chomping at the bit to be able to use that modeling, because it will just augment what they're trying to do now. And so, Land, I'm going to go to you next, if you don't mind. And you have a lot of the same attributes and experiences that Lee has in terms of you're living there. You're living it. You have dedicated your life to actual conservation for species in the backcountry. And you've worked with BLM, you've worked with Forest Service, a lot of agencies and NGOs. So I'd like you to speak to that also in terms of what would you tell BLM, hearing what you've heard already from the other panelists, into the future that would make them successful to achieve what they will need to achieve?
Well, thank you for that question, Elaine. I am one of the ones that's chomping at the bit, Justin, to see your research. So can't wait for that to be out in November. It looks like an amazing tool. I'd start local. I know the Blackfoot well, where Leah is at, and that community has come around. I think first started talking about weeds and how weeds were moving back and forth, and how do we keep weeds at bay. And then we're talking about sportsman's access and how do we, make sure that hunters aren't banging on people's doors every single second during the hunting season. And then has really led to, this conversation that Lee, I think you said it really well. And I think Neil Cornsey said it well earlier. It's like this shared values. It's kind of like where you ended, is like this, this wildlife piece and then people on the landscape. And so I think that idea of starting there makes a ton of sense. And, the example of the Blackfoot Challenge is an absolutely amazing one. And I think some of the results of that in the Valley, some things that are still in the works, like the Blackfoot Clearwater Conservation Act, that will help provide some new wilderness, but also has some play areas for mountain bikers as well as some snowmobilers. And it's supported by the timber folks. And I think when you think about wilderness, timber folks aren't necessarily the first people that said, we want that to be protected. But they've sat down long enough and had long enough conversations and had compromises on each side of the aisle that I think have led to that success down there. I would say the same thing, at a larger scale for here in the state of Montana. We're looking at fire. That's one of the biggest conversations probably out here in the West right now is fire. And we had a 2-year-long process called the Montana Forest Action Advisory Committee. And in that committee, there was many diverse interests at the table. And that was timber folks, that was conservation folks, that was private landowners, that was outfitters, but it was also the state agencies, the federal agencies, so both the Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service in particular. And so we were all having this conversation and ended up, after 2 years presenting this to Governor Bullock. There's a lot of wonder after a new governor and a new regime took over, especially from a different party, is that going to carry forward? And it absolutely did. And so the Gianforte administration is carrying forward the recommendations, both on state lands and then working with our partners on federal lands to make sure that, we become, I think, more proactive in our fire management, which includes, some burning. It includes some forest, manipulation, and also includes some places where, you're not going to do much. And that, I think, it stood the test of time, which I think, collaboration absolutely does. And then getting even bigger, I would talk about, the kind of the all the work that's gone into conserving sage grouse. And this gets into, I think some of Arthur's work, they talked about earlier in corridors. I think it gets into, specifically to this tool that Justin is talking about. But that all started with ranchers, oil and gas folks, hunters and anglers, conservationists, and government entities coming together. So my advice, to the Bureau of Land Management is finding places to have those conversations. And we already have some of those built in with travel management plans or with resource management plans. Sometimes those, though, they don't bring the entities together. Just every single entity, you know, says this is what I want on that landscape, and that is the hardest job in the world for those Bureau of Land Management managers to try to figure out, you know, how do you, you know, find a path forward that nobody's going to hate, but probably nobody's going to love. And, you know, I think that idea of bringing people together from the front end, I think is super important. You know, other advice, you know, I've talked about a lot of entities that are very traditional entities. But there is a lot of folks that, you know, traditionally maybe haven't been a part of that conversation. We had a large panel earlier that was based on kind of tribal input, whether that was consulting early or that's co-management. I think that's a conversation that the Bureau of Land Management absolutely has to address. You know, something that Laurel may talk about here in a minute is the increase of just outdoor recreation that's on the ground right now. And you know, it's awesome that more and more people are recreating, but that also comes with impacts. And so how lucky were we with the Great American Outdoors Act and passage of that to have not only money for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which can address some of these corridor issues and it can address some access issues. You know, we have 2 million acres of inaccessible land here in Montana. That's federal land that we need to figure out how to get access to. But the other piece of that was the backlog of maintenance. And, you know, since all these people are loving our lands, we have this backlog of maintenance. And that's there because of the increased recreation, but it's also there because we haven't care and fed these public lands. And so, you know, my advice would be to anybody listening to this as an advocate, but also those within the Bureau of Land Management, which I don't think I have to, you know, encourage them too much. But how do we get robust budgets and so that we take care of our house and so we don't, that money, how do we get that money? And so that we don't have to worry about another Great American Outdoors Act to take care of the backlog of maintenance. Let's take care of our house. Let's take care of our car with regular maintenance. So we don't have to replace the roof. We don't have to replace the motor. So, you know, to me, it's that collaborative effort, figuring out how to work with, I would say, emerging entities, and at the same time, you know, maintain some of the traditional uses. I'll say one thing that, you know, this climate change piece is absolutely huge. And I think that's woven throughout this conversation today. And whether that's, you know, the corridor work to make sure that species not only can maintain the existing corridors that they have, but in a changing climate, how can they go east, west, north, south, but also up in elevation? I think that work is absolutely important. But the other piece of that is when we're thinking about renewable energy. You know, there was some talk this morning, I think Laura Daniel Davis talked about, you know, there's 42 projects that are renewable projects. That's awesome. But where they're going to be sited and what are those corridors, those actual transmission lines, you know, going to be put as well, because those can be just as fragmenting as, you know, oil and gas development or unfettered timber development. And so to me, when we think about climate change in particular, it's a way for us to come together, but we need to be careful on how we address it as well, both for I think the natural resources, the fish and wildlife, but also the people. So my advice is to, I think, create opportunities for listening, and then, you know, create more input for more people than just maybe some of the traditional people that have been at the table.
Thank you, Lynn. That was great. Very insightful also. You brought up a couple of points that I'm going to wrap up with, so thank you for that. But Laurel, this comes right to you, because the one topic that we have not discussed, not intentionally, but it hasn't been discussed, is COVID has really reawakened a lot of Americans, especially urban Americans, to the outdoors and their love and recognition that the outdoors, the open spaces, special places are very healing to the soul and to the body. And that is here to stay. And with it comes a lot of the challenges for the Bureau of Land Management. They have felt it painfully in the last couple of years, but it was starting to happen anyway. And with the lack of robust budgets, as Land called it, has not helped a lot. But if you could speak to that and to your organization, to your industry, I'd like you to speak to that, please.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, COVID has definitely sparked an immense reawakening to the outdoors. And as you said, Elaine, is what was already a period of growth in outdoor recreation participation. I just for the scale of the economics of the outdoor recreation economy, the Outdoor Industry Association puts out some numbers every year, and outdoor recreation economy is at $788 billion in consumer spending and 5.2 million jobs. These are big numbers, and I think that the BEA has measured the gross domestic product numbers, and it's well known that outdoor recreation, the economy of outdoor recreation, is outpacing the overall economy of the U.S. So, with the pandemic, the outdoor gear was flying off the shelves. I don't know if anybody tried to buy a bike last year, but it was just nearly impossible. You had to know somebody to get one. Recreation sites saw astonishing increases in visitors across the U.S. I've heard numbers of like 200% increases in some areas. Definitely presented a myriad of challenges on the ground for sure. And the consensus among those of us who are in the research and the planning and the management of recreation resources totally understand that this is here to stay. This is not just a 1 or 2 year anomaly. The high levels of outdoor recreation participation are here for good. And one of the most beautiful parts of the story, though, about this increased outdoor recreation participation are the number of new outdoor recreation participants, people experiencing outdoor recreation for the first time, connecting to their landscapes, and also, as you mentioned, Elaine, a lot of urban participation, but I think even broader, it's people discovering open spaces and outdoor recreation places closer to home. So they're not traveling necessarily to go to these destinations. It's really about, what's in your backyard. So it's really a pivotal moment now that there's this broad understanding that outdoor recreation isn't just a nice to have thing. It's essential to life, essential to our health and well-being, both mentally and physically. And if you actually sort of look at the word recreation and separate that E and that C, you've got recreation. And I've heard this reference with some outdoor recreation folks that, if we think about it in terms of, us immersing ourselves in the landscape is a way to recreate ourselves. It frames it a different lens on outdoor recreation as a whole. And as Lan said, the Great American Outdoors Act really put an exclamation point on that broader understanding of the significance of outdoor recreation. It is bipartisan. I feel like a very popular person in a room representing outdoor recreation because most everybody loves it. They have a personal connection to it. It's part of their family heritage in some ways, connecting with their landscape. So we're here to stay, and I've got definitely a few thoughts on how to meet today's challenges. So Elaine, shall I just keep going, or did you have some more questions?
Yes, you have time.
Because I could ramble, but that's there's a lot to say when it comes to outdoor recreation. But I know that we'll want to spend some time with some Q&A too, I'm sure. But I think one of the main focuses for the BLM, I know, is inclusivity and how the BLM can serve historically underserved communities. And this is something, as I mentioned in the very beginning, that's on my mind. I know it's on Lan's mind. I know it's on the administration's mind too. There's a lot of policy around equity and access to the outdoors. And I think the BLM has a really unique opportunity to address this in its planning and in using experience as the compass. And to describe this a little bit better, so I think the BLM can create a framework for recreation planning and management that includes and qualifies the very specific elements that create what would be considered an inclusive experience specific to a recreation area. Think about how you feel when you feel like you're being included in a space, and that's, you feel safe, you feel welcomed, you can read the signs, you can, you can participate in the activities that are culturally important to you. The BLM, many years ago, so I have a mountain biking advocacy background, and when Neil Cornsey was the director of the BLM, the International Mountain Bicycling Association and the BLM partnered on a project around trail planning for mountain biking. And actually, so they produced a book here. So it's called the Guidelines for Quality Trail Experience. I think this is probably, reversed there. It actually is a replicable model for other planning in that it rather than having specifics on planning details, it's not, what materials, it's not what dimensions, it's rather, how does that experience make you feel? So I feel like there could be some advancement of that concept into the realm of inclusivity. There could be the guidelines for quality outdoor experience. That could be the inclusivity guidelines, as I think there's some very specific points that need to be addressed when managing outdoor recreation sites to make it more inclusive. And there's really, I think we'd all agree, there's no substitute for elevating the voices of those who represent and are part of the underserved communities. So I think providing a seat at the table is important, but it's got to go even beyond that. I feel like a cultural shift within the agency might be due to cultivate the development of these respectful relationships with people of underserved communities, and this involves training for BLM staff and how to engage around inclusivity, equity, and justice. And I think culturally, it'd be helpful if that work was encouraged, supported, funded, and celebrated. Another interesting concept that Australia actually has adopted are reconciliation action plans. Very interesting planning work that can be integrated into overall outdoor recreation or conservation planning. It addresses the 5 dimensions of reconciliation. So the historical acceptance, race relations, equality and equity, institutional integrity and unity. And there's different types of plans, but it holds the agency and the communities accountable in including those who have been oppressed or are underserved and have historically been so. And I think I hear there's a lot of vacancies at the BLM. I think representation is important. I know we're all inspired by our younger leaders emerging in the fields that we all represent, outdoor recreation, conservation, all of that. I think, creating training opportunities, better pathways to fill those vacancies with those emerging voices, and particularly those from underserved communities would be a real win. I think we've all touched on partnerships a little bit. I've definitely got a lot to say on that. I think there's a couple of important points around growing partnerships. Well, first of all, the BLM can't do everything themselves. We've established that. They're reliant on partners. So I think that there's significant importance in investing not only in partners, but you've got to invest internally in the humans that actually help to transact and manage the partners too. I think that we're really blessed now with the Great American Outdoors Act and some significant funding coming in to do projects on the ground, but the reality is there's a lot that needs to happen internal to the agency to be able to smoothly implement those projects. And so I think that there needs to be some proportional investment in staff to be able to move those things along. I think the advocates and the policymakers in outdoor recreation are swinging for the fences right now. So, which is which is not a bad thing. It's very exciting, but it's also a little bit terrifying too. So there could be, significant funds coming through, whether it's the infrastructure package or, civilian conservation or civilian climate corps rather. But I think for the BLM to be able to capitalize on those investments and those opportunities, they've got to scale up internally to be able to have projects that are ready to go on the ground, to improve the outdoor recreation infrastructure. I also wanted to touch a little bit just on the importance of BLM to gateway communities and rural economics. I live in a rural community surrounded by federal public land, Forest Service land. I don't mean to diss on the Forest Service here, but our forests in California have been closed for half of the summer. So the economics of not having that access to public lands has been really strongly felt. And so I know that there's going to be increased pressures, obviously due to wildfire to keep recreation areas open. But I think, this is going to be a challenge. And I think having partnerships and collaborative management is going to help achieve those things. So
and gateway communities are instrumental in helping that happen.
Right. I've seen some really wonderful partnerships like what you guys have described up in the Bitterroot too, in California, other in Colorado, other parts of the country too, where there's continuity in the partnership from the federal level all the way down to the local government level. So, and with these rural communities in particular, there's universally a low capacity in the organizations. It's a lot of volunteer-based organizations that are doing all the work on the ground, and there's turnover at the local government level. So having a living and breathing and well-fed and cared for collaborative or a partnership can pay dividends in the end. If there's real common objectives around outdoor recreation and conservation, there's accountability, everybody knows who's doing what, there's no surprises. And, I think, investments in landscape level planning is really important. Fire doesn't know jurisdictions. People tend not to know jurisdictions either. And cattle, wildlife. So I think that those collaboratives can really cultivate some good investments that can have some great recreation outcomes too. I'll leave it there and hand it back to you, Elaine. And I know this has been a great discussion, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. They were very helpful. And I just want to ask the panelists if they have any summary comment or any other comments you'd like to make or question to each other. I know you're not shy. Well, I just would like to summarize just a little bit on some comments that you all made. And one of them is, since you were last, Laurel, I'm going to pick on you first. But, the BLM does have an opportunity. There are so many vacancies, which is a curse, but it's also a blessing in terms of bringing either professions, specialties, skills that are needed for the future versus what was in the past. And I am an example of that. Since I came into the Bureau, we called it the FLPMA babies. And when FLPMA passed in the 70s with its multiple use and sustained yield act, it also came with NEPA, newly passed laws, and NEPA, clean water, wilderness, all of those things. And the BLM did not have the professions nor the employees to do the work that was being required. And I think this is another era of that. Climate change, a lot of the issues we've all talked about, fire, whatever, has placed a really urgent demand on the BLM's performance. And there is an opportunity for access. Access on so many levels is, Public Lands Foundation spends a lot of its time discussing lack of access, inability to access, Same thing as you mentioned, totally enclosed lands that need to be opened up for access. So there is an opportunity here for the BLM. The other thing that I've had conversations with a colleague of mine, Jim Ken, I'm going to say his name, about the fact that the multiple use, the FLPMA under multiple use and sustained yield has some very strong authorizations and legal abilities for the BLM to move as it has and has evolved over time. And I think if the BLM and the Secretary could look at this mission statement of sustained yield with the filters of climate change, fires, access, recreation. I know the administration is looking at performance-based permitting for livestock ranchers, which is a real plus in terms of ranchers who are doing the right thing and trying to do right by the land. That would be very helpful to them. And so there are some capabilities there, but I do want to challenge the Secretary and the BLM director to look at its authorities. One thing that FLPMA also did, it eliminated 3,500 antiquated or duplicate laws that were on the books for BLM. And so if there are some things that legal barriers that would cause BLM from moving forward in the direction that it needs to for the future, that should be looked at and get Congress as a partner to help eliminate some of those barriers or create new legislation to augment the speed at which BLM needs to act. And there is a lot of leadership that will be needed for the future movement. And I think those leaders are there. And I think there is a lot of great opportunity to take that on. You've heard, if you listened to the discussions earlier and even in our discussion, BLM has so many things coming at it that it is almost impossible to take it all in. But I think if the administration just looked at 2 to 3 major critical pieces to move forward and act on those while the agency does the day-to-day work, that would be a great movement forward instead of being mired up. And there are some thoughts there. You all brought it up. Funding structure, is it appropriate? Is it being disseminated from Congress and designed in the right format to move forward? The organizational structure, is it appropriate as it was 50 years ago? Maybe they need to look at, though I am not a proponent of reorganizations, so because you get mired up into a lot of wasted time. But looking futuristically at how the organization is organized and with other agencies and other entities, the partnerships, how are employees able to work seamlessly throughout all of this with the challenges that they have? That might be worth it. The administration is already moving forward with our panel, the America the Beautiful initiative. They're supporting the Climate Conservation Corps. Partnership Act is moving ahead. There's a Renewable Energy Coordinating Office that's been established or being established to help move that effort forward. They're looking at headquarter positions, what is appropriate in DC and what is appropriate out west. And that, I think, would really bode well if they could put that one to rest. And I think that the Secretary and the acting or the Deputy Director, Nada, are doing a really great job right now to help move BLM forward. It's an amazing agency with an amazing challenge and program and mission. And the tribes, along with BLM, I think can really help move things really forward, and the partnerships of the communities and entities that we need to continue to grow and really help sponsor and support. And so if anybody has any last minute thoughts or comments, I would invite you to say them now.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same team, Elaine, and you know, listening to everybody's presentations and kind of looking at Justin's work and the mapping and knowing how we can integrate and leverage technology and look at those layers and really understand how to be efficient, you know, in how we move forward. But I think we're all trying to achieve the same goals and have it be sustainable and plan like Neil Cornsey said, you know, we've got to be thinking 200 years ahead of us. So.
Right. And not just the next 50 years, but way beyond in terms of, and I do invite the listeners to submit 1 or 2 thoughts that you might have that would make BLM successful in that next 100 years, because we all know, I mean, all of you are really supportive and proponents of public lands. We will need it. We will need all the help and work. And I think it's very exciting because there are a lot of capable people, especially on this panel. And I thank you very much, all of you, for taking time out of your busy days to be here and share your stories and your thoughts and ideas with everyone during this celebration of 75 years. Lan, you have a question?
Well, I just have like a last comment is that, you know, we're super lucky to have the public lands and public waters we do in this country. And none of that happened by accident. You know, we're celebrating 75 years of the Bureau of Land Management, the probably least known agency that actually is the largest, you know, 245 million acres that is available to us in many different ways. So I guess, you know, I don't have to say this to the people on the panel, but people that are listening, I mean, this world is run by those who show up. And so the reason why we have what we have today on our Bureau of Land Management lands and like this tool that Justin is putting together, it's going to be those who take that tool and then show up and ask for, you know, things at the table. And so to me, like I think Laurel just said, I think a lot of us are on the same page, but man, do we have to show up? And you know, if we don't, then somebody else is going to show up. And so, you know, as we look forward, you know, again, this world is run by those that do. And so I just would encourage everybody that's listening to this to encourage your memberships, to encourage your fellow colleagues, that we have to show up to make, I think, to create a BLM that is there for, you know, 200 more years or is there to serve, you know, new people. But that happens because people make it that way, not that it just happens on its own.
Absolutely. So Arthur, did you have a comment?
No, just I couldn't agree more with Land, and just want to thank Elaine, you and the Public Lands Foundation and the sponsors and co-hosts for having us.
You're welcome. It's been a great panel. I thank you very much, and good luck to BLM. And you're right, we all need to be there and be committed, and we need to wake up our communities to be there. So thank you for that, Land, and thank you, BLM. I guess we'll end this panel now.
Thanks so much, all of you, and thanks everyone for joining us today. It's been a day of perspectives on BLM and public lands, and you know, a lot of great conversations, some beginning, some continuing, but I think we'll be continuing and building on those for quite some time. You know, we heard a lot about people's different connections to public lands, and you've all identified a lot of challenges for us, but also vision for new directions. You know, we heard from the Secretary of the Interior and Laura Daniel Davis, or from the Assistant Secretary for Land and Minerals Office, and Holly Doremus about their visions. Some really specific ideas about how to change our direction from the first panel and the third panel on tribal leadership and co-management and America the Beautiful. And, you know, listening to this, I really appreciate the support for the BLM and your faith in us to rise to these challenges. You know, I think it's great to hear about how we can do a better job of honoring tribal stewardship and better support local communities through conservation, like America the Beautiful, and also, you know, how empowered BLM actually is to address both the threats and opportunities from climate change. And I think we've heard a lot about how we need to evolve along with our country and the planet as we adapt our multiple use and sustained yield mission, and that too will be evolving. So I wanted to thank you for all of the input today. I think we should have called this symposium the One Giant Suggestion Box. So we really appreciate all of those thoughts. And we're looking forward to celebrating Public Lands Day this weekend, continuing to celebrate our anniversary and continuing to celebrate these very frank conversations with all of you. So thanks for showing up and continuing to show up with us, and looking forward to continuing it all. So thanks so much. And thanks again to the folks that made this symposium happen, and for all the panelists. It's just been a great day. So hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and thanks again.